Madam Clerk, are we ready? We're recording? Great. I am going to call this public hearing to order. Today, the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee is hearing public testimony on 4 bills. HB 5158, an act prohibiting scholarship displacement. HB 5159, an act funding journalism fellowships for graduates of public institutions of higher education. Senate Bill 8, an act supporting graduate students in the state. And Senate Bill 150, an act concerning the legislative commissioner's recommendations for technical revisions to the higher education statute. I think that is literally the addition of 2 commas, 2 semicolons, and the word of. So I don't expect a lot of public testimony on that, but if you do decide to testify on that, know that I'm going to ask lots of follow-up questions. The first person on our speaking agenda is Chancellor Maduko, who is here representing the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities. And I welcome you to the committee, Chancellor, and you can proceed with your testimony. I will say that folks are encouraged to limit their testimony to 3 minutes. That gives us lots of opportunity to have a back and forth with members of the committee with our questions and that sort of thing. Okay, so thank you very much. And Chancellor, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Slapp, Chair Haddad, members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee, John Maduko, Interim Chancellor of the Connecticut State College and University System. Thank you for the opportunity to kind of speak before this body, specifically regarding Senate Bill number 8, an act supporting graduate students in the state of Connecticut. At CSCU, we serve over 100,000 learners annually, and approximately 95% of those learners are Connecticut residents. So we are proud that we educate the people of Connecticut. Additionally, over 80% of our graduates remain and live and work in the great state of Connecticut, contributing to the workforce and economic ecosystem here in our state. When we talk about graduate access and affordability, we are talking about preparing students today for their own personal success, but also for our state's future workforce needs. Under the recent federal changes, federal loan limits will now be tied directly to enrollment intensity, mirroring now how Pell Grants are calculated. Historically, part-time students, and I really want to emphasize, we have a sizable percentage of our student population that are part-time. They're attending our institutions part-time. Historically, the part-time students could borrow up to the same annual maximums as their full-time peers. Under the new rules, that will no longer be the case, and the primary burden of this shift will be on students, especially our part-time learners. At CSCU, many of our students attend part-time for real and practical reasons, right? They are working adults, they have families to support, they are juggling living expenses and things that we call life and those challenges. So being part-time is a necessity for these students to attend our institutions. When the borrowing limits are reduced, the impact is not theoretical. It will result in our students being unable to afford to take the number of courses needed to stay on track. It will result in delayed completion. It may lead to students dropping out altogether. We already know that students will likely feel compelled to turn to higher interest private loans, if not predatory loans, increasing long-term debt burdens. In my submitted testimony, we estimated the financial impact on our students per the One Big Beautiful Bill Act for FY27 based on our current cohort of students. In our materials, nearly 4,000 students, right? 4,000 students would be impacted to the tune of north of $26 million. Now, although students will feel most the direct effects, our institutions will likely experience indirect pressures as well. Reduced federal borrowing may increase demand for institutional aid at a time when campus resources are already limited, right? We are still recovering from the pandemic. Student needs, student insecurity continues to grow, so institutional aid can only go so far. This creates additional strain on our ability to maintain affordability. Affordability and accessibility are one of our key pillars as CSCU. This proposed legislation offers a proactive solution. By expanding CHESLA's ability to support graduate students, this proposal provides a supplemental financing tool that can help mitigate imminent federal loan policy changes. It also helps preserve access to graduate education and ensure students have safer and more predictable borrowing options. When I think about our graduate students, please remember that 95% of our students from the state of Connecticut. So that means that our students who are in graduate programs, when they complete, they will stay here, right? And they will work and be employed in these high demand essential areas like social work, like healthcare, and beyond. I want to thank the committee for this proposal and your continued commitment to keeping public higher education affordable and accessible for Connecticut residents.
Thank you very much. I was looking at the two charts that you included in your testimony, and I was wondering if you could just walk me through what those charts say and what they mean. I'm trying to discern the difference between the top chart and the second chart.
Yeah. So with the top chart, it's providing the categories by which students are borrowing and receiving additional student financial aid beyond just federal Pell Grants and scholarships, right? So we felt that breaking this down was really important. We also provided on that bottom line the prorated number of students who rely on loans, right? So 2,400, 2,500 students, again, significant in our system. In terms of the bottom chart, it's simply just a breakdown by our 6 institutions.
And so you raised two concerns. One is the loss of Grad Plus loans to students who are graduate students. And as I read Senate Bill 8, it seems to be that's the primary concern right now in Senate Bill 8 is how do we address that loss?
Yes.
And then you raise a second concern around part-time students. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Senate Bill 8 currently has any language that would address that issue for part-time students who are pursuing I presume an associate's or a bachelor's degree. Right?
It wouldn't, but I think our students receiving relief from this proposed legislation theoretically would give our institutions an opportunity to then help those part-time students with institutional aid.
Okay. Are there other questions by members of the committee? Senator Slapp. I'll ask a couple more if nobody else has any more, but regarding the part-time students, I mean, that's the majority of losses that you're projecting across your system. And I guess this is just an opportunity to describe for us how your student mix is different than what you might see or imagine as a traditional student. Because I think a lot of your students are older adults, maybe returning first, second degree. And so the typical response would be, why don't you get a parent cosigner or some other kind of assistance? Those avenues are oftentimes not viable for this population of students. I guess I just want your perspective on that.
Yeah, I mean,
regarding part-time students particularly at the CT State, but maybe also at the CSUs.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a sizable percentage of our student body system-wide are first-generation college students. Additionally, many of our students come from a low wealth background, right? So the idea of credit worthiness in terms of finding a single relative, the quote unquote co-sign, not just for a parent loan, but it's for a lease for an apartment or for a car. That's actually a barrier for many of the individuals. I was someone that in our household, we played the who's going to co-sign today shuffle, right? Between my folks, uncles, grandparents, what have you. Like that is a real, a reality for CSU students, right? So that's typically just not an option. I would go back to the part-time nature of our students and how big of that number is. Remember, 100,000 learners, right? So it's a massive number of individuals that are part-time. But these part-time individuals are the paraeducators. These are the electrical line workers. These are police officers. These are first responders that are supporting our communities day in and day out, right? So we feel like it's imperative that as a system, we do everything we can in partnership with the General Assembly to find avenues for just additional financial resources so they can complete their course of study. And there is no doubt they're going to remain here. So just the part-time student population, I think, often goes unheard or unseen. And I think we all have to do a better job highlighting just this dynamic of students.
Thank you. Representative Bronco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chancellor, for being here,
Yes, sir.
providing your testimony.
Yeah.
I just want to walk back through that chart, trying to digest what you're saying. From what I'm looking at, I mean, SB 8, we're talking about replacing the Grad Plus loan that would no longer be available. So, I mean, from what I'm looking at, that would impact 211 students.
Yeah.
Help me how you're getting to 4,000 from.
So in terms of the total graduate student population as a system, right? It's about 35 to 3,700 graduate students that we serve, right? With the changes carte blanche across at the federal landscape in terms of the reductions. Now we're hearing about the reductions of the Pell Grant. There could be a Pell Grant shortfall. We know there's going to be more intensified pressures for our students to figure out ways to ensure that going to our institutions is affordable. So though it lists, 211 students, we feel that actually that number is going to go up as students feel the need to borrow and find other means to fund their education.
Okay, but in terms of SB 8, though, I mean, the real group we're looking at would be the 211.
As of now, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I also, you mentioned a lot of the students remain in state, and I'm curious your thoughts on tying a residency requirement to the bill. If we're going to use state funds to assist students,
Yeah.
Should we require them to live and work here for a certain amount of time with those funds? I'm curious your thoughts.
I've seen that in other states in terms of promised scholarships that higher ed systems and partnerships with their respective legislatures provide. I don't see that as a barrier for CSU simply due to more than 80% of our graduates remain in the state, and that we have other forms of scholarship programs that don't necessarily have a spelled out residency, requirement, right? So, again, I would leave that up to you guys, to the experts here to weigh in on that. But we don't feel as CSU that would be something that's necessary.
Thank you. And can you just clarify it for the federal bill? When do we feel the impacts of the Grad Plus loans? Is that current, or what year entering school will that affect the grad students?
So the next academic year, right? So beginning July 1st, going into the new fiscal year, we'll begin to see those effects. Now there's some clauses that speak to students who are currently enrolled could be grandfathered in, right? But in terms of newly enrolled students entering their graduate level of studies, we would see the immediate effects. So hence you're seeing our system, our colleagues in higher ed here in the state and nationally scrambling, working at the state level and the federal level in terms of advocacy to do what we can to hold our students harmless.
And so those students that have already received the Grad Plus loans, they'll continue to have them until they finish. It's just new grad students would not have.
That is my understanding, but there are some clauses regarding, let's say they are stop outs, which is again a very a real reality for CSU students in terms of due to life, due to work, due to what have you. If you stop out, then you're done, right? And then the new standards would apply to you. Yeah.
Appreciate the clarification.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Representative Farrar is joining us remotely, and she has a question or two. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Chairman. Good to see everyone. I did have a follow-up question related to the data that you provided. Thank you on the students impacted, especially that line, the prorated loans for part-time students. I know generally in the college space, the majority of part-time students often are women. Is that also the case for our state university campuses that are included in this number?
Absolutely. The majority of our students are women. So yes, that is correct.
Thank you for that. And just to clarify what I think you said at the outset to the Representative Haddad, is the recommendation from yourself and our CSU system that we adjust Senate Bill 8 to address the needs of part-time students, or you're suggesting that the institution itself will address the needs of these, 2,491 students?
Yeah, we are appreciative with the language as it stands. What to clarify, I think if this was to go forward, I think it would lessen the demand to figure out what we have to do for our graduate students, and then theoretically it would give our institutions more breathing room to address our part-time students and their respective financial demands.
Okay, thank you for that. Because I think more than anything, right, we don't want to leave anyone behind, and it's helpful to understand how these pieces are fitting together in that strategy. So thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Slapp? Great.
Thank you. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. I have been scratching my head since I read about what was included in that big bill, and why the elimination of the Grad Student Loan Plus program was part of that. I'm scratching my head trying to figure out, why was that so important to include in that? Why was it important to eliminate these opportunities for low interest loans for nurses, teachers, and among others, right? And so I think the most charitable interpretation is that maybe less debt is better, right? One could argue for these students, and that if these students have access to less money, perhaps maybe that puts some downward pressure on the cost of attendance and prices at the universities where they might be attending. Why do you think that's, I mean, I get from your testimony, obviously you're supporter of the bill, that you wouldn't agree with that. Why do you think that's faulty logic? If in fact that's why Republicans in Washington and President Trump decided to eliminate this program?
Yeah, I can't interpret the current administration in DC, but I'll speak to, there has to be an emphasis on understanding the student journey, right? In this thing called higher education, it's for private institutions or public institutions. We know that at least in the public sector, the number of our students, percentage of our students that rely on the Pell Grant, right, that are Pell eligible, right, is significant, right? It's inching closer to 45–50% of our student body, right? That's one. The majority of our student body are employed. They are working students. Probably 20% of our students are parents, right? So when you factor in these visible barriers that I call them in terms of transportation and food and childcare, and then the invisible barriers, i.e. being first generation college students, all of these things limit or could inhibit a student's success, right? So the ability to lean on additional financial resources for the very reasons I've outlined is why we should really emphasize on the importance of these type of loans, these type of resources for students. I think anyone thinking that today's college student that's not also dealing with, at least here in Connecticut, affordability, right, and trying to quote unquote thrive and make it paycheck to paycheck and cover all the things that they're responsible for, is just not simply understanding the students that we serve. And so many of you have been on our campuses. So many of you have heard our student testimony, especially those students who are working, who are blue collar, doing everything they can to get that credential, get that certificate, in this case, get that graduate degree. So I just think it's misguided strategy. Don't know the reasons behind, but I just know that our student body, in terms of what they do with these resources, they're utilizing it, right, to go to school, to put a roof over their head, and ultimately to be gainfully employed in our state and contribute to our economy.
Thank you for that. Just one more for you. And, we've been making strides. You all have been making strides in terms of enrollment in the last few years. And I think in large part because of some of the legislation that was passed in terms of the debt-free community college program and the continued expansion of that. If Senate Bill 8 doesn't go forward, how do you think that might impact enrollment in your system?
Yeah, I mean, look, for For our, for our system, we proudly feel that we are the workforce engine in the state in terms of just our size and our breadth. And in terms of the professions you've laid out, we offer many of those degrees in terms of nursing and social work that we know are essential to Connecticut. So one, we feel we would see a decline in enrollment, or we would see maybe in terms of the pace of the course of study, maybe that declines, maybe it's cut into half, maybe more students are opting to be part-time, and therefore there's less output, right? And we know that as a state, we have a bifurcated responsibility. It's creating knowledge in the students we serve, but it's also adding to the economy of Connecticut, and they would have a direct correlation in terms of many of these essential professions that I believe our state relies on us to provide.
I think Senator Martin has a question for you.
Thank you. Maybe a couple. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chancellor. Would you be able to tell me how many, I know that you did a good job with this chart here, but what's at risk if what's happening on a federal level with these loans being reduced? How many students do you think are not going to attend higher ed or going on to the graduate programs?
Yeah, that's a great question. Again, we could do some more analysis to kind of get back to the current level of graduate applications we have in the queue right now and provide a more concrete estimate and projection. I don't want to throw a number out there. But again, I believe it'd be significant. I know that the reasons why students don't attend our system is typically due to finances. Right, simple as that at the undergraduate and the graduate level. Like we know that we are the base of the public option when it comes to higher education. So, Senator Martin, we can get those figures back to you in terms of just what our estimate would be in terms of what we feel the numbers, if this bill did not pass, the number of students we feel would be impacted for the next academic year.
Sure, I think it's important for us to see those numbers.
Yeah.
Even though they are obviously projections. I think the previous chancellor came here a couple of years ago and informing us of the attrition that was taking place at the higher ed level. And I think for us to see what that impact on the federal, what's happening on the federal level, I think it's important for us to see the impact that it could create here with those reductions in loans. Would you know by chance the default rate on the federal loans? To try to answer, I guess, to put our heads, why would they be doing this on a federal level? Is it the default rate that they're seeing that, listen, a lot of these graduates are not paying the bills?
Yeah, we can get that figure to you, but I do know that as a system, our default rate is low across our institutions that offer graduate programs, right? So in terms of our financial aid departments, working with the U.S. Department of Education, the education provided to students prior to taking on these loans, where we educate them on the front end to say, this isn't free money. You do have a responsibility when your education is done and complying with the terms of the loan agreements. I know that our students do a good job in terms of paying back their debt and ultimately being gainfully employed in our state.
Thank you. That'd be great to see those figures. And lastly, the regarding the interest rates, regarding what the Pell Grants are providing, and is the plan to do the interest rates similar or identical to what the Pell Grant is, or is it going to be less?
I wouldn't say it's identical. It's comparable, right? It's a good rate. And again, I commend those involved in putting this forth, because again, we need this, right? And Senator Slapp, your mention of those professions that were basically undesignated, right, as professional programs. There is angst on the part of our faculty, angst on the part of our students in terms of what will the state, what will our system do in partnership.
Okay, thank you, Chancellor, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any additional questions, and so I think we've given you at least 2 minutes to make it to your 1 o'clock meeting.
Awesome.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you so much.
And thank you for being here and for being so diligent. I know your staff is clearing your path to the elevator, so you should go.
As they should. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chancellor. The next person on our sign-up list is Jocelyn Medina. She's joining us remotely. She'll be followed by Katherine Lofton. She's also joining us remotely. They will be followed by Senator Anwar if he arrives in the room. So next up is Ms. Medina. There you are. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, thank you for having me. So Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, Senator Martin, Representative Bronco, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Jocelyn Medina. I'm a Waterbury resident and a second-year MSW student on the policy track at UConn. I'm testifying today in strong support of Senate Bill 8, an act supporting graduate students in the state. In July, the federal government plans to eliminate Grad PLUS loans and cap federal borrowing for graduate students at $20,500 per year. The U.S. Department of Education has reclassified social work programs, removing their professional designation and subjecting students to these lower borrowing limits. According to the Council on Social Work Education, this will impact approximately 370,000 graduate students nationally and eliminate $8 billion in federal loan access. Without a state-level solution, graduate students will be pushed toward private loans with higher interest rates and fewer protections, or forced to forgo graduate education entirely. I'm a first-generation college student who grew up in a single-parent household in Waterbury. Federal loans made higher education possible for me. Without them, I wouldn't be preparing to graduate this May. Social workers don't choose this field for the salary. We choose it because we believe in serving our communities. But when borrowing is capped at levels that don't reflect the cost of professional programs, it's not passion or commitment that determines who becomes a social worker. It's wealth. When fewer students can afford to enter the profession, it isn't just the students who lose. It's the families waiting for mental health services, children in foster care, individuals struggling with addiction. It's communities like the one I grew up in. Limiting graduate education today means fewer professionals to meet Connecticut's urgent workforce needs tomorrow. Senate Bill 8 is an opportunity for Connecticut to lead, to ensure graduate education remains accessible, to strengthen our workforce, and to support students from all backgrounds. I urge you to advance this bill and make this program available as soon as possible so students can access these resources for the upcoming academic year. Thank you for your time and consideration and for putting something like this forward.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. One of the things that we typically do in this committee is we advance students up a random list, not exactly random. We make a priority for students to testify before us, and I appreciate that you took the time out of your day and your studies to come and join us remotely and testify. I did have a question. I mean, you mentioned that folks don't join your chosen profession for the salary. And I really don't know what an MSW makes nowadays. If you know typically what that salary is, that might be helpful for you to share with me and with us, because I suspect that the private market, unlike the public program, will have underwriting criteria that will depend somewhat on what your future earning potentials might be. And I'm trying to figure out what is the risk for students who are entering fields where the anticipated salary and over the lifetime of your career is less than maybe some other professions, even though you are just as needed to serve folks in our community as ever. So do you have an estimate for what social workers currently earn, what the range looks like for that?
Sure. So I'm actually in the process of job applications. So that's definitely something that's at the top of my mind. It ranges honestly anywhere from, I've seen as low as 45,000 up to around 60 to 65. Some of them in the higher range in the 70s. So I would say on average around 50 to 60,000.
Right, and I guess that one of my major concerns isn't that students will be facing just higher interest rates or just higher origination fees. but that the private market won't respond for a segment of the student population at all. That they will cherry pick the best opportunity for them to have a super low default rate, even though default rates are across the board generally low. But there's varying kinds of risk when you're loaning money to lots of folks, like the federal program was accustomed to doing. That risk is spread, but there's no requirement that the private market originate loans to all students to begin with. And so I worry that loans are going to be few and far between for folks in certain professions, and social worker is one of them. So I think you're a great example of what we want to encourage in our state: somebody who's earning an advanced degree, ready to serve in our workforce, meeting current workforce needs, ready, because you care about your community, to forego a salary expectation that many of your peers might enjoy, but certainly think that we should act to make sure you don't suffer the consequence in the short term and have a door closed to you because we can't find financing for your advanced degree. So thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any additional questions? I see Representative Bronco has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jocelyn, thank you for being with us today. Not only are you my neighbor, I'm in Naugatuck, but you're also a fellow Husky, so appreciate your comments. And I'm wondering if you can just help enlighten us in terms of some of the requirements for getting a job in social work. It's my understanding, compared to nursing, you can be a nurse without a master's degree, but is it true that to get a job in your field, you need the master's degree?
Yes, so licensure is also at the top of everyone's mind right now, and that's another thing that's being discussed this session. But we do need an MSW to be considered a social worker. Many of my current classmates did the advanced track, so they went right from their BSW into their MSW and will be pursuing licensure. It's a long process. We log 17 hours a week for field education to be considered social workers. So it is required of us to get a master's degree. So learning that we are not considered professionals was tough to hear. Not totally surprising coming from the current administration, but it just puts a dent into an already hurting workforce when it comes to mental health and human services.
Thank you. And can you paint a picture if a student suddenly was not able to pursue their master's degree in social work and was only to achieve their bachelor's degree, what would the job prospects look comparatively to getting your master's in social work?
It's very limited. Again, they can't be considered a social worker in the state of Connecticut. So they'd likely be looking at other job prospects. I know of a few people who did something similar with a counseling track where they're just doing ABA therapy. That still requires additional certification. So there isn't much that can be done with just your BSW. It's pretty entry level, if that's all you have.
Thank you for that. That's all the questions I have. I just appreciate you giving some more context to the difference in the degrees and the requirements. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate you taking your time with us. Next person is Katherine Lofton, followed by Senator Anwar. Senator Anwar will be followed by Shannon Lane. Katherine Lofton, if you're there, you can turn on your camera and your microphone and address the committee. Katherine Lofton. Sure, slow on the trigger. I don't see Senator Anwar in the room. So then Catherine, are you there yet? Now she's on my screen twice. We don't know why. Shannon Lane, let's move to you. We'll take your testimony and then we'll.
Hello, I'm not sure.
Let's work out some technical issues for you, Catherine, and then we'll listen to Shannon Lane. We'll come back to you afterwards.
Thank you, Representative Haddad.
Thank you. If you want to introduce yourself, and I guess you brought someone with you, that person, and you can proceed to testify.
Thank you very much. My name's Shannon Lane. I'm a social worker and I'm the director of the Nancy A. Humphreys Institute for Political Social Work at the University of Connecticut. And this is my daughter, Caroline Capralis. And we thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. And we wanted to, as Jocelyn did, to support Senate Bill 8 and act supporting graduate students in the state. I'm not speaking on behalf of UConn today. I'm here as a social worker, someone invested in the future of social work education, a first-generation college student, and the parent of 2 children who will be paying for college in the not-so-distant future. As a first-generation college student, I vividly remember the challenge of waiting for my student loan check to come in so I could pay for my textbooks. I know it's shocking that I can still remember that, given that I went to college in the late 1900s. Because of student loans, my mother was able to go back to college as a non-traditional student and receive her degree in nursing around the same time that my sister and I graduated. Among her 5 children, we now have 8 college degrees, including 4 graduate degrees that would not be possible under the new rules for student loans established by the Federal Department of Education. Social workers, nurses, teachers, physical therapists, occupational therapists, and the other affected fields are crucial to the well-being of the people of Connecticut. The shortages in many of those areas that we're already facing will be exacerbated by the new Department of Education rules, and this proposal by your committee can blunt the effects of those rules and keep the well-being of Connecticut's individuals and families a priority in our state. They also ensure that these fields will be open to individuals from a variety of backgrounds, not just those who can afford to pay out of pocket for graduate degrees. I'm incredibly grateful that because student loans were available to me, I found myself here in Connecticut with my dream job at UConn. I appreciate your work to make higher education possible for all of Connecticut's students, including those in my daughter's generation, and she wanted to add a few words.
Hi, my name is Caroline Capralis, and I'm a 7th grader at Amity Middle School, Bethany. I'm asking you to support Senate Bill 8. During the worst of the COVID pandemic, I told my mom that I wanted to talk to a therapist to help me through that hard time. Because there were not enough people available to do therapy with kids, it took us over 1.5 years to find someone for me to talk to. Also, 2 years ago, I had to go to the hospital because I hit my head in ninja practice. I was in the emergency room for over 10 hours and almost never saw a nurse because they did not have enough nurses to give everyone the attention that they needed and deserved. I wanted to testify to support this bill so that other kids in Connecticut will get the help that they need if they want to talk to someone or if they get hurt and have to go to the hospital. Thank you for your time. I'm always happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I admire someone who's in the 7th grade and already knows, or at least thinks they know what they want to do in life. You're to be commended for coming here. And I noticed a little bit further down on our speaker list is Mary Claire Capetta. She's the president of the Connecticut chapter of the American Physical Therapy Association and a faculty member at UConn. She's already jotting your name down as a potential future student at UConn. So thank you for joining us. Do anybody members have any questions for either of these 2 people? I don't see any. So thank you very much for offering your testimony. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to go back to Katherine Lofton.
Hi, and thank you for your patience. I'm so grateful to the chairman and the members of the Committee on Higher Education and Employment Advancement for welcoming me to testify today. My name is Katherine Lofton, and I'm a resident of New Haven, where I'm also a first-year graduate student in social work and women's and gender studies at Southern Connecticut State University, with an emphasis on community practice. In addition to being currently enrolled as a graduate student, I am an instructor of graduate students in my role as the Lex Hickson Professor of Religious Studies and American Studies at Yale University, where I also served as Dean of Diversity, Dean of Humanities, and Dean of the Faculty. I am speaking today in support of Bill number 8, which supports graduate students with the formation of the Supplemental Graduate Loan Program. In many ways, my words are just an echo of the truth spoken by Chancellor Maduko and Jocelyn. And with deference to your expertise, I want to flag that the price tag for advanced education in Connecticut is way too high. Students simply cannot afford the cost of their accreditation. Every semester I enroll as a full-time graduate student in social work at Southern Connecticut State. I pay $7,525. If I enroll part-time, I owe $3,762.50. However I enroll, in order to obtain the MSW, I will have paid the state of Connecticut a total of $45,000. Who has $45,000? For jobs that require advanced education and state licensure, it is impossible to achieve those jobs without personal wealth or indebtedness. In a state that valued qualified social workers, much less qualified teachers, nurses, therapists, or accountants, job training would be broadly and affordably accessible. In the absence of truly accessible public education, the state must subsidize it. Bill number 8 expands educational affordability in a moment when the federal government exits the work of that necessary support. The training that I receive as a graduate student is extraordinary. The faculty at SCSU is first rate, and the curriculum directly ties to future workplace realities as social workers. My classmates and I trained to work in schools, hospitals, clinics, and social service agencies in Connecticut. Every student in my 76-member class achieves licensure in the state and plans, therefore, to work in this state as a social worker. Most of my classmates enroll part-time due to financial insecurity and family obligations. Without this bill, these students would turn to credit cards to afford their graduate education. If the state needs its education to cost as much as it does, tens of thousands of dollars, it must finance a route to its accessibility. Students taking any kind of loans to finance their degrees is not uncomplicated. When I received my doctorate in 2005 from the University of North Carolina, I walked away with $74,000 in subsidized and unsubsidized loan debt. Many years later, I still owe money on that debt. That I pursued additional graduate study considering this accounting suggests I do believe education's results are worth its significantly risky financial gamble. Yet such a wager is only feasible when the state takes responsibility for making the price it sets affordable to the workers it needs to fulfill licensure it establishes as mandatory for quality of professional life in Connecticut. The state needs to make the dream of education's rewards a reality for all of its students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for those comments. I will just say that I wear a couple of hats. Obviously I serve here as the chairperson of the Higher Education Committee. I'm also the subcommittee chair on appropriations for higher education. We have our public hearing on that committee on higher education on Thursday, where we'll be talking about what is the appropriate level of support for public institutions and for private scholarships. Your testimony would be welcome there as well. Are there members of the committee who have questions? I see no further questions, and so we will move on. Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm informed that Senator Anwar is unable to join us, so we'll move on to Sarah Burnett. And following Sarah Burnett will be Kim Sandor. Welcome to the committee. Thank you for offering us your perspective. You can proceed. Little red button in front of you and we'll be good. Good.
Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to express my support for Senate Bill 8. My name is Sarah Burnett, and I'm a West Hartford resident. I'm a current graduate student at UConn, where I'm in my last semester of my Master's of Social Work. I have relied on student loans for all of my higher education, and it is clear how impactful the proposed supplemental graduate student loan program would be. As stated before, social work is one of the areas of study that will be affected by the federal loan changes, and there's a need to support students wanting to pursue a graduate degree who won't otherwise have access due to financial barriers. Social workers are involved in systems beyond individual practice. As a student on the policy practice concentration track, I've seen how the core values and ethics of social work are brought into work with communities, organizations, and systems as a whole. In a time where there is such a need for social workers, increasing access to by filling funding gaps would support the growth of our workforce and the many other areas of study impacted by the federal changes. Thank you again for your time and consideration of this bill.
Thank you for your testimony and for your brevity. Give you extra points for that. And it's
For my what, sorry?
No,
Oh.
thanks for offering a concise endorsement of the bill. Does anybody have a question moving forward? I don't see any questions, so thank you very much for your testimony. Kim Sandor. She'll be followed by Joy Elwell. Number 8. She's supposed to be joining us remotely. I don't see her online yet, but Joy, if Joy doesn't come online, she'll be followed by Mary Claire Capetta. Kim.
Hello, good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, Senator Martin, Representative Bronco, and distinguished members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to testify in strong support of Senate Bill 8 and act supporting graduate students in the state. We hope this bill mitigates the impact of proposed federal rulemaking under H.R. 1 that will ultimately impact the nursing profession, the largest licensed healthcare profession. My name is Kimberly Sandor. I'm a registered nurse. I'm also a family nurse practitioner, and I serve as the executive director of the Connecticut Nurses Association, representing nurses across every specialty and practice setting in Connecticut. Take a moment and picture this: a nurse anesthetist preparing a patient for surgery, a nurse midwife guiding a safe delivery, an advanced practice registered nurse providing well care checks to ensure early screening for hearing and vision concerns, a psychiatric nurse practitioner stabilizing someone in crisis, and faculty members standing in front of numerous classrooms training the next generation of nurses. Every one of them completed a graduate education, and the faculty and graduate degree prepared nurses educate all the nurses in faculty, higher education settings, clinical instructors, and in actual organizational settings. This means nurses everywhere: primary care, underserved communities, being chronic disease, public health, lead education. They're in every single school taking care of our kids every single day. Today, that pathway is at risk, and the healthcare of the Connecticut community is at risk. The consequences are direct. If enrollment declines, graduation declines. If graduation declines, shortages deepen. We know we already have significant shortages in primary care, mental health, maternal health, anesthesia services, faculty roles, and the list goes on. And you guys have already done some amazing work to try and address the shortages that we're having, but this just threatens it more. I just want to make a note about the faculty pipeline, which is especially vulnerable. Graduate education is required to teach. Faculty shortages are already really significant across our schools of nursing. And when we can no longer have graduates from graduate programs, we do not have faculty. And our faculty in our nursing programs also rely on clinical instructors that are out in the field to provide clinical hours. And all that, everything just tightens along the way. I also just wanted to make a note. I know a couple of folks have talked about the burden of tuition, and we do acknowledge that burden is high in our nursing profession and our young folks out there. And we do appreciate all the work this committee has done over the years to try and mitigate some of the professional debt that students carried. I also just wanted to bring to your attention, I uploaded the testimony on behalf of 14 health professional organizations that are all impacted by the federal proposed loan H.R. 1. We have been working together as a unified voice and just wanted to give you that testimony on paper. So this isn't simply about financial aid, it's really about workforce infrastructure and being able to have the workforce to care for Connecticut. So we really encourage everyone to support Senate Bill 8 and appreciate you bringing this bill forward.
Thank you. And I know that Connecticut Nurses Association and your national affiliate have been strong advocates to find solutions to these pipeline questions, especially in light of the passage of H.R. 1 and its diminishment. Your profession is one of the few that I sort of feel like is should not just be worried about the annual caps, but the lifetime cap. Did the Nurses Association anticipate that they would be on the professional list? And would that, prior to the final draft of HR1 coming out, and is, can you explain to us what the major differences are between being on that list or not
Yeah,
being on that list?
I can try my best. So we understand that when HR1 passed, our national organization started tracking what was going on. As a RISE committee was brought together, I know that our national organization, as well as everyone else, was really lobbying for a position on that committee and was not able to get it. When they went ahead and were doing professional graduate degree designation, it's our understanding that they used a 1965 definition, but it wasn't, a lot of folks want to say that, well, they just used an old definition, but the reality is they did have the opportunity to add professions that have grown and evolved and developed. They just did not. So they did add at that time, I think it's a clinical psychologist. I know my friend here, Dawn, probably knows the answer to that. But I believe it was the clinical psychology or psychologist role that was added to it. So it wasn't included. Our national organization is, the public comments are open now for HR1 federally. They're open until March 2nd. And the information we receive from our national organization is actually the criteria that they're using to define a professional, the professional degree the nursing degrees do meet. And we have nursing degrees at all levels. We have associate degree nurses, we have BSN nurses, MSN nurses, doctorally prepared nurses. And so I know it's a little confusing when you look at the nursing education pathways and pipelines, because there's many different ways someone can enter it. And as you acknowledge, we do have a lot of second career nurses. They have a degree already in something else and they come back, and that's where those caps really are tough. We also have a pretty big churn right now of nurses that come in and go right into those graduate degree programs within maybe 3 years to become an APRN, maybe a midwife, maybe a nurse anesthetist. So without the nursing program, you don't have the advanced degree. It's totally dependent on that undergraduate program. And many of our nurses that are in, some of them don't have an advanced degree necessarily in nursing, but they might have one in public health. So they might have degrees outside of the nursing profession as well.
Yeah, I guess I just like to point out that, my understanding, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but the limits we're talking about is a limit for the direct federal graduate loan program, which continues to exist. It'll provide you a loan up to $20,500 per year. And that that number hasn't, I don't think has changed since before HR1. What changed is that the supplemental graduates plus loan, the secondary program, which covers the gap, between what you can currently borrow from the federal government and up to the cost of earning your degree, that's disappeared entirely. And that the professional category seemed like them backtracking into realizing that for many degrees, important degrees, the lower limit just isn't enough. Like there's sort of an acknowledgement on their part that for what they call professional degrees, that they were leaving a significant gap that wouldn't be easily closed by the private market, and that needed to be addressed. So they created this, additional higher cap for these quote unquote professional degrees, but obviously have not included lots of programs and lots of professions that deserve to be in that first category, which is more important now that there's not the secondary program. And it just seems to me like it's an acknowledgement that this is an idea that needs more work on their part in Washington. And I hope that they'll take that seriously moving forward. Senator Slapp, I think you have a question, right?
Thank you. Thanks for your time. Thanks for coming in. You represent thousands of nurses. Is that right?
The state license is about 88,000 nurses.
Yeah. Okay. How do your members feel about the reclassification?
Well, the reaction, I think the students said it great. I mean, it's it's insulting. But I think we also recognize it's more, anyone can call us what we want. We know we're professionals. So I don't think we're going to be beaten down by that as a profession. But that doesn't mean our future profession isn't being impacted by this. And how do they begin to think of being a nurse if it's not being seen as a professional through the eyes of others? Will they even think about going on to be APRNs, providing essential primary care support services, mental health support services, if they are not going to be a nurse and not to be treated that way? Our profession is also very concerned that that definition that they're going to stick up there in a federal statute law, that there's going to be something that's graduate and something that's professional, that's going to have a long-term impact, a structural and systemic piece that is going to limit our ability to access research or future funding or be part of future initiatives just because of the way it's being defined. But I think a nurse that you talk to is going to tell you, absolutely, we're professionals, and it's insulting to think otherwise, but we know it's more than that.
Yeah, thank you for that. My mother was a nurse. I could tell you she was insulted as well. And Senate Bill 8's not just about financial aid. It's not just about the dollars, but it's also about showing some respect for your field. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you for saying that.
Additional questions? Representative Bronco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for coming in today. And first off, I do feel compelled in light of the testimony, and I had no involvement in the federal bill. I don't know why the reclassified definitions. I don't know. But I will say, because I'm the ranking member on this committee, that on behalf of Connecticut Republicans, you guys are professionals and we value what you do. What you do is important. We need you, and we're happy to figure out how we can fill that gap. So I'm just going to separate anything that's believed of us and to say that and make that very clear that all of you guys are important, very much so.
Thank you very much, Representative.
You're welcome. Secondly, can you, I asked the question regarding social work too, but in terms of nursing, can you kind of went through a list there of fields in nursing. I don't know if that was an exhaustive list.
Oh, no.
But can you help paint a picture? I don't know that much about it. Can you paint a picture of differences in the nursing jobs with a bachelor's degree versus these graduate degrees?
Sure. So I know we also have other nurses that will be speaking later that are very tied to the educational pathways, but the RN is a license. It's not a degree. So you can qualify to sit for the RN licensure exam if you've completed the requirements from an accredited program that meets national accreditation standards on the associate degree program or meets them at the bachelor's degree program. You're able to sit and take the RN licensure exam. And then RNs that get an ADN can also take an RN to BSN bridge program to then get their bachelor's. Whether or not a job requires a bachelor's is dependent on a lot of different things. School nurses are one where they look at years of experience, but we've been unable to get legislature requiring a bachelor's degree, where a bachelor's degree includes a component of community and public health nursing, right? So right now, if you have a year of experience, you can get a job as a school nurse. RNs can be hired anywhere. I mean, you can be in corrections, they can be in hospitals, they can be in long-term care, rehab, home care, wherever you might be. Our APRNs are, so is that a good list for that? I mean, does that help? I mean, if you go into the hospital, you're being taken, there's a nurse there 24/7, 365, right? We're the ones who are there with you in a hospital, long-term care, rehab all the time. But we are also in other places, like we are in the schools. We are in childcare centers. We are in public health departments, making visits on lead poisoning education, doing tracking of different diseases and doing monitored TB medication things. So someone with the license of a nurse can do that regardless of what their degree is. APRNs, our advanced practice nurses, are our APRNs, our certified nurse midwives, and our certified nurse anesthetists. So our nurse anesthetists they work with a physician to administer anesthesia, and that can be in a hospital setting, ambulatory setting. They even do dental when the dentists need to do stuff. They work there as well. again, they have testimony that might talk more about it. Our nurse midwives are our nurse midwives. I mean, they do wonderful maternal health care. They are a huge player in addressing our maternal health crisis that we have in our state. And, you know, they're very important in the work they do, but they also provide wellness as well as babies and follow-up. And they can follow up a child and mom for a year afterwards. So that, you know, it's not just, I'm here to deliver a baby, but it's really that holistic wellness care that's there. APRNs can be pretty much anywhere. They can be in the hospital doing acute care. They can be in the outpatient setting, you know, giving, you know, your annual exam or checking you for a strep throat, or in an urgent care or something like that, as well as most specialty areas use APRNs for that ongoing follow-up. That's why we're a huge chunk of that workforce.
Thank you. Before I asked it, I was confused, but now that
You're a little more confused.
I'm still confused.
I could draw you a chart.
I'm gonna need a flow chart. Can we get a flow chart, please? So the APRN, is that equivalent to the grad
Yes.
degree?
Yes, those are advanced practice registered nurses. Our APRNs, CRNAs, and CNMs, our midwives, nurse anesthetists, and our APRNs all require a graduate degree.
Okay.
And some of them are starting to require doctorate degrees.
Starting to understand. So you mentioned a shortage for the clinical teaching, because you need the master's to be a clinical teacher, correct?
So in associate degree programs, you needed a master's, and they have, you're here, but they have a certain amount of different degrees that are allowed. Like you can come in with a master's and be a visiting instructor for a certain amount of time before you are required to have that terminal degree.
Okay, and so do you know the reason for the current shortage? I mean, because we still have the Grad Plus loans and there's already a shortage.
Oh, yeah.
So without the Grad Plus loans, it's still presumably a shortage,
Absolutely.
maybe more so, but what's the reason for the current shortage?
I think there's a lot of different reasons. I would highlight probably the age of the workforce and the gap in pay. I mean, it's a huge pay cut to teach versus being a clinical nurse.
So it's not necessarily because of spaces availability. It's more less interest in nurses wanting to be clinical instructors.
I wouldn't say there's less interest. I just don't know that, when you're going to have a $30,000 pay differential between working in one place and working in another, your desires to be a teacher or a faculty member you might not be able to follow that until you have your house in order around other things. A lot of faculty that work with us, they also work clinically to cover that gap so that they can be in both spaces. But the issue is, no matter what, if we have less graduate prepared nurses, we're not going to have, it's just going to make everything worse.
Well, I appreciate that context. Thank you very much. And I will look forward to that flow chart.
Oh.
I trust you'll send the flow chart to everybody.
Okay.
Are there any additional questions for Ms. Sandor? I see none. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you all very much.
Just an announcement, especially for the folks who are joining us remotely. You're in a waiting room. And when it comes close to being your time to testify, the clerk will send you an invitation to be promoted into the active room. And you should accept that invitation to be promoted when it occurs. Some of you have been invited into the major room and have declined, and that's going to be a problem when it comes time for you to testify. So if you get that invitation, please accept the invitation from Megan Villanova, the committee clerk. Next up is on our list is Joy Elwell, but I do not see her online. Oh, she's here. Okay. It says in person. You weren't online at all. Thank you for joining us. After Joy Elwell will be Mary Claire Capetta will be joining us remotely. Thank you very much for joining us, and you can offer your testimony.
Thank you very much for having me. Good afternoon, and thank you for this hearing on Committee Bill Number 8, an act to support graduate students in the state. My name is Joy Elwell, and I want to thank the chair and the committee for your time and your attention. I'm a clinical professor and the director of the Doctor of Nursing Practice Program at the University of Connecticut's Elizabeth DeLuca School of Nursing. I wish to speak in strong support of Committee Bill Number 8. Many students at UConn, indeed all of the nursing programs in our state, of which there are many, rely heavily on the ability to secure student loans to pursue master's and doctoral degrees. Without funding, many qualified individuals will be effectively barred from advanced nursing education. Why do we need to fund advanced degrees in nursing? Certainly, we need to sustain our nurse practitioner workforce, and others will speak to that. I am a nurse practitioner as well. These highly trained and educated professionals deliver a significant portion of primary care and specialty care in hospitals and mental health facilities. We are also want to sustain our nurse anesthesia and our nurse midwifery programs. These highly trained individuals are essential to ensuring safe surgeries and as well as safe, high-quality care in pregnancy, childbirth, and well-woman gynecology across the lifespan. However, we also need to support nursing education for advanced nursing practice goes beyond advanced practice providers, nurse educators, those who serve our colleges and universities as faculty are required to be educated at the master's and doctoral levels. The nursing faculty workforce is aging. Off record, I am 71 years old. The average age of a nursing faculty is 60. The retirement boom is already upon us. According to the American Association of Colleges in Nursing, as I just said, the average age of a nursing professor who holds doctorate is 60. Data from 2024 and 2025 show us that over 50,000 qualified applicants were turned away from undergraduate nursing programs. And if you count in graduate nursing programs, the number goes up to 86,000 qualified applicants who were turned away. That means 86,000 potential nurses turned away every year. If funding to support education to sustain the nursing faculty workforce, as was previously mentioned, we will be able to admit fewer and fewer nursing students, which translates to fewer and fewer nurses at the bedside in hospitals, in clinics, in schools, and in all the settings previously mentioned. This will only worsen our already existing nursing shortage. Other important advanced specialties in nursing include nursing researchers, nursing innovators, and nursing informaticists or informaticians. Nurse researchers, essential to discovering new knowledge, improving healthcare outcomes, are trained at the doctoral level. The same is true for nurse innovators and informaticians who work collaboratively with other disciplines, including engineering and business, to develop innovative, cost-effective solutions to healthcare problems. I encourage the committee to advance Committee Bill Number 8 towards passage. The need for the bill is real. Our profession, and more importantly, the patients we serve, are counting on you. Thank you for your time and attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't know if we received a written copy of your testimony, but if you could provide that to the clerk, that'd be helpful. It's just helpful for me to.
I did upload it, but I have it right
Good.
here.
I'm sure it just hasn't made its way into my book yet. I wanted to, you're the director of your Doctor of Nursing practice program at UConn, is that
Yes, I
correct?
am.
Right. So there's a question earlier about sort of the urgency of action here. And I'm aware that the funding, the cohort that's being cut off would be the folks who begin to attend UConn in the fall.
Yeah.
Right.
The academic year starts the fall semester.
Right. When does your school begin to put together, accept students for the fall? And when does their decision timeline look like, to attend UConn?
I will speak to the Doctor of Nursing Practice program, but I think I can also fairly speak to our master's programs for the nurse practitioners.
Great.
I am interviewing people today. If anybody has a master's degree in nursing and they wish to come to the DNP program at UConn, as well as we have 2 doctoral degrees, a Doctor of Nursing Practice for clinicians or those who are most interested in practice, but also in teaching. And we have a PhD in nursing for those who are interested in becoming researchers. I'm interviewing now. We have rolling admissions. We admit until we are full. Interestingly, perhaps only to me, those of us who earned master's and doctoral degrees years ago made up our minds a year in advance. Today, people make up their minds with a month in advance. I want to go next month. So we're interviewing now, but we will interview until August 1st for the fall semester.
Your offers though you begin to make offers. Students can accept as early as March, April, May.
For the Doctor of Nursing Practice program, we will make an offer of admission within 72 hours of the interview because we have rolling admissions. For our master's programs, the nurse practitioner, the nurse leader, the nurse educator, we make offer letters on April 1st.
Yeah. I guess I'm just trying to sort of figure out like, I'd like to see if we can act on this early this legislative session, because I think that there will be lots of students who are applying for graduate school in the fall, but they're making their decisions now. And their decisions based on, what programs can they afford, what kind of resources that can they marshal to sort of pay for their bills beginning in the fall. And so it just speaks a little bit to the urgency of action here.
They most certainly are making their decisions now.
Yeah.
And there is a sense of urgency. So thank you for that question
Yeah.
and that comment.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? I see Representative, well, you guys, one of you's got to go first. Which one? Please.
All right, thank you.
There we go.
Hi, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. My mom was a nurse, and so she was quite insulted as well, as am I. And I'm glad that we are introducing this legislation. My question is that I recently read that UConn is number 4 ranked in terms of the online masters in nursing program. And my question is 2-pronged. Number 1, how is that helping to address the shortage in both nurse educators and the workforce issues that were raised about not having graduate students in the workforce to fill out our flow chart? And then what are your expansion plans, your strategic plans for potentially growing more online programs since you are being so successful at a type of program that from my own work experience, I know is quite a tightrope to walk because of the nature of nursing? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. First, I will tell you that all of our graduate programs, we have within our nurse practitioner tracks, neonatal, family, and adult gerontology, acute care nurse practitioners. We also have nursing leadership and nursing education. All of these programs are online with in-person clinical rotations. So it's perhaps you might want to say a hybrid model. That has helped us with our enrollment. We also, the Doctor of Nursing Practice program is online with in-person practicum residency experiences. This has helped us grow our enrollment. However, as others have eloquently mentioned, the cost for tuition is high, and these are graduate students, and most of them are part-time because they are working mothers and fathers. So this definitely impacts their ability to decide whether or not to pursue a master's or a doctoral degree. And my mother was a nurse too. And so is my mother-in-law. And so is our daughter.
Great, thank you. And if I just might prompt the second half of my question, your plans for strategic growth?
Our plans,
Thank you.
the governor has, well, I'll address undergraduate first because, which doesn't really have implications for this loan, but it is important. The governor has stated that he wants to see growth of the undergraduate program to have bachelor's prepared nurses for the state of Connecticut, and we have answered that. We have a new building going up. We have hired clinical instructors trained at the master's level. We have been able to grow our master's programs, but we are limited by the numbers of faculty who have doctoral degrees, because that is absolutely required to teach in a BSN or a master's or a doctoral program.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Collins-Maine. Representative Eckert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. And I'm excited about the school. I know there was a groundbreaking of the school at UConn. I got a tour of the Eastern facility that is working with Wyndham Hospital. So they're doing the same, trying to get more people into the workforce. My sister is a nurse, and I don't believe that, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, and so my sister was a teacher. She ended up stepping away from teaching. She does not have a master's degree, though, and so she couldn't go to a state facility to teach, UConn/Eastern, but she was working with a private provider, a private school. So there's a difference of classifications. Now, here's a 25-year nurse, emergency room nurse, a substance abuse nurse, a person with a great amount of background, but not the piece of paper that says I can teach at these facilities. And when I talked with Eastern about their things, that, yeah, we have a great facility, we don't have the teachers with the credentials to fill the slots. So we seem to have an imbalance of how we can get to that level. And I guess it's what I struggle with is experience. I don't know what, but you said you have applications out now for people to teach, right? To come teach. The credit is master's degree. What clinical background do they need to fill that slot?
It depends. If the student who wants to come in, who holds a bachelor's degree and wants to earn a master's degree as a nurse practitioner, let's say, they have to have 1 year at least clinical experience, and then they do their clinical rotations and take the didactic coursework so that they can sit for the national certification exam, which leads to licensure in this state. And that is a State Board of Nursing requirement. And I will also say, if we want to blame someone, although I'm not blaming them, the requirement to have a master's degree in nursing to teach in a public university or an accredited nursing school in Connecticut, that's the State Board of Nursing's requirement. So for our PhD students who want to become researchers but might also want to teach, we grant them a master's degree in nursing so that they can teach in Connecticut. Not every state has that rule.
Thank you for that. That's good news, because I'll be talking to somebody else, I believe, only because the talent pool is out there.
Yes, it is.
But the credential piece they don't have. And my sister was getting her master's degree, but she has 9 grandchildren. So, and so she wants to be grandma too, rather than teach all day, she does do nursing. She's a per diem nurse. So she does per diem nurse when they need her, teaching, and trying to be a family member also was a struggle for her. So one had to go. Being a grandmother wasn't going to be, that was going to keep that one. So I think that maybe there's an area that we need to look at. We want quality teachers. We want them to provide it. But a 25-year nurse that has a lot of background that might not have the degree, maybe is a great person to work in your facility and teach the young people that are up and coming. If the reason is that 85,000 that you showed in your report, that's too bad. These are people that want the job, right? They want to get into the nursing. So,
well, to that I would say, first of all, if your sister would like to come to UConn to our nursing education masters, it is part-time. and it's very family friendly. And that's one of the strengths of our program, that we are very family friendly to working professionals. However, beyond that, in order to be nationally accredited as a school of nursing, which UConn is, and the other programs in our state are, all faculty have to hold at least a master's degree in order to be a clinical instructor, and a doctoral degree to be at any rank above that, assistant, associate, full professor. So our hands are somewhat tied by national accreditation standards and the State Board of Nursing.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I truly appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative, hold on one second. Representative Farrar, I see virtually has a question for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Great discussion. I did have a follow-up question since thoughtfully earlier in this discussion, it was mentioned that one of the challenges potentially for getting more faculty really was the pay, and that was a potential key piece to this. And I wanted to ask you if you agree with that assessment, and secondly, if there are other states that you're aware of that have actually tried to address this in some way and have been successful at recruiting additional faculty.
I believe that the cause of the nursing faculty shortage is primarily due to the aging workforce. Average age of a nursing faculty is 60. Many of us are older than that. It is not lack of interest. My graduates are always saying, oh, I want to teach. Tell me what to do. Tell me how to break in. The salary is, yes, the salary is a factor as well. Salaries in education, in teaching nursing, are lower than in the clinical arena. How is that going to be addressed? I can tell you, we at UConn didn't get a raise this year. That was because of the budget. No arguments. It's fact of life. There is a budget. It has to be addressed. But salaries are probably, for educators, are never going to approach those salaries that are out in the hospitals and clinics and private practices. I mean, in this state, nurse practitioners can own their own businesses, and they do. And they can do quite well for themselves. Same is true in New York. Same is true in 27 of our 55 states and districts in the United States, that nurse practitioners have full practice authority and can open their own practices, and they do.
Thank you for that. And I think it also just speaks to what you mentioned around how can there be more flexible options for some of the faculty to potentially have dual roles, potentially, where they are able to function in a clinical capacity and potentially also be educators. And I think that's something that we sincerely might have to look at as well, so we can actually have folks who can fulfill all these functions that we're asking of folks. So thank you for that, and really appreciate your insight and expertise.
Thank you. And I'll just thank you very much for asking that question and for your kind words. And I will just say that we do have many of our faculty working over the summer, let's say, in a clinical setting. However, and I can't speak for the other schools in the state, but at the University of Connecticut, we are limited in the amount of extra work we can do to supplement our salaries. That's just a rule within the university. So that in itself is also limited.
Thank you for highlighting that, because that can definitely be a barrier, especially in this work. So thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you all again.
Any additional questions? Next up is Mary Claire Capetta. She's joining us online. After that will be Elaine Mintz. Elaine Mintz will be followed by Josh Hurlock. Mary Claire Capetta, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Chairman Haddad, Chairman Slapp, Senator Martin, Representative Bronco, and other members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mary Claire Capetta, and I'm here today in strong support of Senate Bill 8. an act supporting graduate students in the state. I come to you speaking really from two perspectives. First, as a licensed physical therapist and president of the Connecticut chapter of the American Physical Therapy Association, representing thousands of licensed physical therapists and physical therapist assistants across the state. Secondly, I also serve as the program director of UConn's Doctor of Physical Therapy program, where I'm responsible for recruiting, educating, and graduating the next generation of Connecticut's physical therapy workforce. Connecticut is already facing a significant and worsening shortage of physical therapists. Our members consistently report to me prolonged vacancies, difficulty recruiting clinicians, and challenges retaining staff, particularly in rural areas of Connecticut and outpatient practices. These workforce shortages directly affect patient care. They delay access to care and place strain on the broader healthcare system. At the same time, the pathway into the profession has become increasingly fragile due to the recent federal changes eliminating access to Grad Plus loans and failing to consider physical therapists as professionals, thereby capping those federal direct loans at $20,500 annually with a lifetime cap of $100,000. For Doctor of Physical Therapy students, this change is profound. First, physical therapist licensure requires a doctoral degree. There is no other path to becoming a physical therapist. At UConn, this doctoral program is a 3-year postgraduate degree. The total in-state cost of the 3 years at UConn's DPT program is approximately $118,000 for tuition and fees alone. So this does not include the housing or costs of living. Approximately 50% of our current cohort of 90 students currently have taken out sometime during those 3 years a Grad Plus loan. With the loss of the federal Grad Plus loans, this will leave a substantial funding gap. Without these loans, students are forced to seek high interest, often predatory private loans, or they make the difficult decision not to enter the profession at all. I can tell you firsthand, students are already reacting. I've been actively involved in our admissions process this winter, and I've spent the last several months recruiting highly qualified applicants, but these students are acutely aware of the changes in the federal loan program already. Many have expressed hesitation, fear, and uncertainty about whether they're going to be able to find the way to afford to pursue this physical therapy degree. SB 8 provides a critical and timely solution. A state-supported loan program would give students a viable, stable alternative to private lending, reduce financial barriers to entry, and send a powerful message that Connecticut values and invests in its healthcare workforce. This program would not only support our students, but it would help protect patient access to care across our state. By enabling students to finance their education responsibly, SB 8 will help ensure that Connecticut continues to produce and retain physical therapists who are essential to injury recovery, chronic disease management, healthy aging, and overall population health. On behalf of APTA Connecticut and the patients we serve, I thank you for this proposed bill and urge full support of SB 8. Thanks for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Are there questions by members of the committee? I do not see any questions, but thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Next up is Elaine Mintz. She'll be followed by Josh Hurlock. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Representative Haddad, Senator Slapp, Representative Bronco, Senator Martin, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of House Bill 5158, an act prohibiting scholarship displacement. My name is Elaine Mintz. I'm Vice President of Strategy and External Relations at Fairfield County's Community Foundation. We work alongside our 23 towns and cities, bringing people, data, and resources together to advance opportunity and community well-being in our region. As one of the region's largest scholarship providers, we manage more than 150 scholarship funds, and last year alone awarded $1.7 million to hundreds of students. We see firsthand how scholarship displacement undermines college affordability. Affordability remains one of the greatest barriers to higher education. Family and students work hard to make college possible, and when students earn scholarships, these awards should reduce what they and their families have to pay. But too often that's not what happens. Scholarship displacement occurs when a college reduces a student's financial aid by the same amount of that private or outside scholarship, leaving the students with little or no financial benefit from the award they earned. We've heard directly from students about the impact. One student shared that when their scholarship was displaced, they had to take out additional loans, increasing debt for themselves and their families. At a time when student debt is already a serious concern, we should not allow policies that deepen that burden. Over the past several months, our foundation researched how Connecticut colleges and universities treat outside scholarships. What we found reinforces the need for this bill and the proposed refinements. Many schools now disclose their displacement practices. This is an important step forward, and we appreciate the committee's leadership in requiring transparency. In every case where a school publicly disclosed its policy, it acknowledged some form of a scholarship displacement. At the same time, we found encouraging examples of schools that reduce loans before grants when financial aid adjustments are necessary. This shows that prioritizing loan reduction is feasible, is already happening in Connecticut, and does not require students to lose scholarship dollars. Our findings support two targeted refinements to the bill. First, clarifying that financial aid adjustments apply only when non-loan aid meets or exceeds the student's cost of attendance. And second, requiring that when adjustments are needed, loans are reduced before grants, ensuring that scholarship actually improve affordability rather than shifting costs through added debt. In closing, prohibiting scholarship displacement protects students, strengthens affordability, and honors the intent of scholarships. When donors establish or expand their scholarship funds, the intent is to create a net benefit for students, not to underwrite the ability of colleges to reallocate aid. Thank you again for your leadership on this issue. I've also submitted written testimony with additional detail, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I think that's become an annual occurrence in front of our committee, and we hope to sort of figure out how to crack this nut sometime soon. You said you raise and disperse $1.7 million.
Yeah.
What is the typical time frame for awarding scholarships to students? Because as I read the bill, if you that it prohibits reducing a financial aid award to a student, that presumes that a financial aid has been awarded to the student,
Right.
which usually happens. I guess there's probably early admissions, maybe it happens early, but typically sometime in the spring is when I would imagine that a financial aid award would be provided to a student.
Right.
So I know, so a scholarship award prior to the letter could effectively displace money not yet awarded,
Right.
but factors into the calculation. But after the financial aid award letter is issued, a reduction in that amount would be prohibited.
Right.
So I'm just wondering, like, what does your timeline look like? When does most of your money go out? When do you commit that money to the student?
Yeah, our money typically goes out in the June, July timeframe. So we're right now in an application process. And so students can apply now through April 8th for a scholarship, and then there's a decision-making process, and then scholarships go out the door
Right.
in the early
And
summer.
that's what leads to that frustration from parents and from students, right? So now they've been, their expectation is that they've gotten a financial aid award, and there's some balance perhaps that's left over that they have to fill with a family contribution or with a loan. They get a scholarship at their graduation ceremony or somewhere in close proximity to that, and they think that might mitigate the amount their expected contribution. I don't want to use that word because that's we're moving away from that. But the anticipated amount that they would have to spend or the amount that they might have to borrow, right? So my understanding is that some universities, and I think your report might detail this. I haven't seen your written testimony yet today. There are some universities that take the amount, those additional scholarships and apply that towards what would otherwise have to be borrowed.
Yeah, it looks like, so we contacted every college and university in the state. So it was a total of 26 institutions. And we didn't hear from 7 of them. We couldn't find any policy on their website or when calling their financial aid office. But many of them, and I listed them in my written testimony, are displacing loans first before going after grants. And I think that that's a best practice. And yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony. I think we'll take a look at it. I mean, one of the questions that I'll have for maybe an institution that is like, what do we mean when we use it, awarded? I'm curious to know if there's, if we define that term anywhere, in terms of when the institution says a letter to a student that hasn't been accepted yet, does that mean that money's been awarded? And mainly just, questions around details around this legislation. But my hope is that we can find some medium ground that protects the integrity of what you're doing, right? Bringing private philanthropic dollars to a larger effort to make sure that college is affordable to families and that benefits students, but that also sort of fits in with their practices. I also say that the bill as currently constructed prohibits displacement of private philanthropic dollars or private scholarships and public scholarships. And I was trying to think about, now that we've changed the funding cycle for the Roberta Willis Scholarship Grant, what public scholarships are made available post-financial aid award letter, after the award letter? And I'm not sure what the answer is to that. If you can't answer that question, I'll ask someone from a financial institution.
Yeah, I can't answer that.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any additional questions? I see Representative Branco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Elaine. Thanks for coming in today. A few questions. First, can you give us an idea of what kind of amounts we're talking about here? Are we talking like the $500, $1,000 scholarships here and there, or are we talking bigger scholarships of 10, 15, 20,000?
Yeah, it depends on the fund, the scholarship fund that it's coming from and what the donor has set out in the fund. So they can range from $1,000 to $10,000 to sometimes even larger, up to $20,000. But like a community foundation is, we have a collection of funds, and those funds dictate the amount of the award.
Okay. And in looking into this more, and it seems like institutions all package it already differently, and there's a lot of variety to how they package the aid for their students. Would you consider, like, say you award a scholarship and then that college reduces a work study requirement? Would you consider that displacement?
Yeah, we consider it displacement. And we actually heard from students where that happened, where their work study was displaced. And work study, it is convenient for students, right? It's the university helps them find the job. It's flexible with their schedule. So when that gets displaced, the student has to go out and supplement that income and find a job. It may not, be as flexible. So it's not an ideal scenario when work study is displaced.
Well, presumably the scholarship fund would just mean they can work less they don't have to make up that $1,000 that the scholarship fund was given. But so are you suggesting that losing the work study hours would be a negative because they want to work that full time for the work study? Does that make sense?
I mean, I'm not sure if I'm totally understanding your question, but we would consider if a student's financial aid package included work study, that student is factoring it into their cost of attending and how they're going to pay for it. So if a college displaces that work study, that student is going to have to make up that money, right? Whether, whatever it is. Does that answer your question?
Maybe I'm not understanding. I'm not sure. So, if a student is awarded $1,000
Right,
after their financial aid package has been awarded,
right.
and in that aid package, they had a work study that was worth $2,000. Well, now they can work $1,000 less and have more free time to be a student, presumably. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm not understanding how that would be displacement in the same way as like a dollar for dollar. The school took away aid money before a loan, or like I can understand in that terms, but
Right.
in some of the other realms for how the aid is packaged, I'm not sure it's always so black and white, dollar for dollar. So I'm just trying to understand this whole, there's a lot more to it than, a dollar here, a dollar there, apparently.
Right.
And I think the chair brings up an astute point where if you award the scholarship before a student's aid package is awarded to the student, we'll stick with the $1,000. That $1,000, the school is now factoring in to the aid package, and they are, in some sense, giving the student $1,000 less because the $1,000 they got from your scholarship is shown as their contribution. So if they receive that same $1,000 scholarship post aid package being awarded,
Right.
maybe you're seeing it more because you see the award package and then you see it changed. But would it be is it displacement if before that aid package is delivered, the school doesn't provide that money now? Does that make sense? I'm sorry. It
yeah.
makes sense in my head.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. But displacement, the way it typically happens, and as I understand it, in terms of for colleges to comply with federal regulations, that there's the cost of attendance, right? And then there's the financial aid package. And if the financial aid package that a student receives, inclusive of private or outside scholarships, exceeds the cost of attendance, then schools can displace. And so our refinement is saying when you're looking at the financial aid package and it's over the cost of attendance, to displace loans first before you displace grants or work study.
And what if the student aid package doesn't include loans?
Well, then it would have to be grants. And if it is truly all grants and they're over the cost of attendance, so let's say the cost of attendance was $90,000 and the student had $100,000 in all grants, including private scholarships, and then they're $10,000 over the cost of attendance, then they would displace those grants of $10,000.
And if, say it wasn't grants, what if it was institutional aid?
Yeah, I would categorize that as institutional grants.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so under that assumption, the school wouldn't be able to say, well, now you have $1,000 more. Now we don't have to provide that $1,000. You're saying that's displacement.
Yes.
Okay. And so, but the timing factor, I guess if the scholarship is awarded post aid package being awarded,
Right.
I guess maybe then you're seeing the displacement. But if you have the scholarship before the aid package, you don't necessarily see the displacement, but the school is including that and factoring that into the aid that they're awarding the student. So I guess what I'm trying to wrap my head around is pre-displacement that you don't necessarily see, you're still ending up at the same number. It's just at one point you don't see it. The other point, well, now you see your package reduced, but at the end, it still ends up at the same spot.
Yeah, and we hear from students that students see it, right? Once they get the outside scholarship, they then see that their financial aid package has been reduced.
Okay.
And so that they're getting less money, whether that's through grants and loans and work study, than what they were originally promised.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sorry for the confusion. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the whole issue, but I appreciate your insight in being here today.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Representative Collins May, did you have a question? No, you're good.
Hi, okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Elaine, it's nice to see you.
Yeah,
And
nice to
thank
see
you
you.
so much for all you do for the community that FCCF does and for your testimony here today. My question pertains to when you were talking about the 150 programs that lead to the $1.7 million.
Right.
And if I understand the FCCF model, these can be from private donors, and my question goes to how iterative can these 150 programs be? So for example, grandma dies and she has $1 million and she gives it to FCCF and she says, I want it distributed in XYZ fashion, but it can only go to first generation Americans and they can never have, is there any way to stipulate within your private philanthropy contribution that that the displacement issue can be bypassed?
Yeah, well, when we send out the awards to students and they go to schools, we actually say that the schools can't displace it. But we don't know actually what happens. Sometimes the school will say, hey, we're going to have to return it because we were going to displace it. But once that check goes out the door, we don't really have any mechanism for enforcement. So 150 scholarship funds, each fund has different, it's the donor's intent, right? They set up a fund, they may be from a certain area in Fairfield County, say they're from Sherman, and they're a violin player. Their fund could actually be to support violin players in Sherman. That's not the best case scenario because that, we may not have many violin players coming out of Sherman, but what we always encourage donors who are setting up scholarship funds to make them broad and to support students most in need. But that's the unique thing about community foundations is we're set up to really help donors do their philanthropy. And so when it's not like one program, it's a collection of funds and each fund has different parameters for awarding scholarships.
Okay, great, thank you. And that
Yep.
means though that they can't eliminate in the language in the fund that this law wouldn't apply to that.
But we can. So we do the back office for all of this. And so when we actually get the checks out the door, we have language that says this is a scholarship.
Thank you very
should be
much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I've lost my list. There it is. Next up is, Josh Hurlock. He'll be followed by Laura Pryor, who's joining us remotely. Josh, Mr. Hurlock, thank you very much. And thank you for actually originating the idea of Senate Bill 8. We appreciate the work of CHESLA. I know that the executive director has announced her retirement.
All right.
She'll be leaving July 1st. Regret that she can't join us here today. Obviously wanted to wish her well in her retirement, although she's got a number of months left. But thank you to you and your agency for putting your thinking caps on after the HR1 was first sort of unveiled to sort of think about how we in Connecticut could mitigate any negative fallout from the loss of funding. And I welcome your testimony, which I imagine will be about Senate Bill 8.
You guessed right. So thank you. Happy to be here. Good afternoon, committee co-chairs, ranking members, and members of the Higher Education Committee. My name is Josh Hurlock. I am the Deputy Director of the Connecticut Higher Education Supplemental Loan Authority, also known as CHESLA, and I am here today to support Senate Bill 8. For over 40 years, CHESLA has provided Connecticut students and families with fixed-rate education loans, scholarships, and financial literacy resources. CHESLA's mission has always been rooted in offering cost-effective financing options that promote responsible borrowing and support access to post-secondary education. Senate Bill 8 addresses an immediate need while continuing that mission. The federal Grad Plus loan program is being eliminated effective July 1st. As institutions finalize financial aid packages and enrollment deadlines approach, graduate and professional students are facing uncertainty about how they will finance their education. Absent a reliable alternative, many students may turn to higher cost private lending options. Senate Bill 8 provides a mechanism to avoid that outcome by enabling CHESLA to implement a state-level graduate loan program. The proposal combines a state bond authorization of $10 million with a CHESLA bond issuance of $20 million, which leverages CHESLA's existing lending infrastructure and bonding authority. This structure allows for efficient implementation within an established framework, directly resulting in lower interest rates for borrowers. In its initial phase, the program can support approximately 1,200 Connecticut graduate students. By offering low fixed interest rates below many private market alternatives, the program would reduce borrowing costs and provide greater predictability for students making enrollment decisions. Senate Bill 8 also strengthens CHESLA's long-term capacity by increasing the SCARF-backed bond limit from $300 million to $750 million and adjusting the allocation of the state's private activity bond volume cap with a specific dedication to CHESLA. These changes modernize CHESLA's financing capacity and allows it to continue delivering cost-effective lending programs statewide. Importantly, this legislation would position Connecticut to be the first state to implement a structured state-level response to the elimination of the Grad Plus program. It reflects a measured and proactive approach to maintaining access to graduate education financing. Senate Bill 8 preserves continuity for students, supports workforce development, and builds on a financing model that has served Connecticut residents responsibly for decades. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Just to recap, you anticipate using $20 million of your own bonding authority. I guess this will be in the first year, right?
Yep.
And that would be supplemented with $10 million of state bonded resources.
Correct.
I would point out that that is a component of the governor's proposed budget. And there's companion legislation in front of the Finance Committee designating that $10 million, as this bill also does, designates $10 million of bonding for this program. That's pending in front of the Finance Committee, and folks are interested in sort of finding another venue to talk about the importance of this legislation. Watch Senate Bill 85. That bill is in the Finance Committee and is an appropriate vehicle to offer supportive comments as well.
Okay.
But you intend to establish a loan program with your $20 million and essentially a separate loan program for with the $10 million of state funding.
Mhm.
And could you describe to me how does that work, like in terms of underwriting criteria, et cetera? If folks apply for a loan to CHESLA, would they be effectively applying to both programs at once, and then you will write the loan out of the first program if they meet the eligibility criteria, which I imagine, since it's privately, you're accountable to your private bondholders, might be tighter than the underwriting criteria for the second program. Is that like how this is going to work? Like how will people apply for the funds and experience the differences between the two programs?
Yeah, so I think we're still working through that now with our loan originator, whether it'll be one application or two separate applications. I would say the challenge with graduate student loans is, as you know, with student loans, typically lenders are looking to see that the underwriting criteria is met at the time the loan is made, either with the student borrower's income or any co-borrower on the loan. Feedback we have received from the institutions across the state are that many graduate students are not working due to the rigors of their program. And at the point of being a graduate student, graduate students consider themselves to be independent. So they may not want to have a co-borrower on the loan or have access to a co-borrower. So with the state dollars here, this enables us to provide greater access to graduate students throughout the state, because with our CHESLA bond proceeds, we have to adhere to our standard underwriting criteria.
Thank you. I'm not going to pepper you with questions because I would go on for several hours, given the level of intricacy here, whatever that word is. I can't seem to pronounce today. But I appreciate you've made yourself available to the leadership of this committee and to other legislators since the fall, promoting this idea. I'm sure that there are further details to work out as the legislation moves forward, and appreciate that you've come forward with a real solution for graduate students. Are there questions by members of the committee? I see Representative Bronco followed by Representative Eckert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for being here, Josh. And I do want to commend CHESLA for coming up with this idea. I think it's a creative way to solve a problem here. So I'm hopeful that we can come to a solution and see it through. I guess my question is, does the $20 million from CHESLA depend on the $10 million from the state? Or can CHESLA bond their $20 million independently of, if the $10 million from the state is thrown out of the budget by the end of the session, would that have any impact on the $20 million that CHESLA would look to bond?
The $20 million of a CHESLA bond issuance is not dependent on the state. However, I would caution, if the $10 million from the state does not get approved in this legislative session, there will be a financing gap for some graduate students across the state. The $10 million from the state enables us to increase access to this, what we're terming a statewide graduate loan program.
Understood. I'm just trying to ascertain if, at worst case scenario, we can do this bill with 20 million. Sure, it's not the ideal. It's not the 30 million that we ideally would like, but we could at least be able to help a good number of students with 20 million. Should the worst case scenario happen and we are not able to include the $10 million from the state. Would that be accurate?
That's correct. I would just caution though, when you look at education programs and professions, I'll use social work as an example, which we've heard some testimony here today. Social work is a noble profession and a much needed profession, but social workers incur a decent amount of debt for an occupation where they may not get paid what they should be paid. So If we don't receive $10 million from the state, social work is an example where those students may get lost in the shuffle, and there's a financing gap for a needed profession in the state's workforce.
Certainly, yeah, I can appreciate that. I guess, in my opinion, I hope the 30 million goes through. I'm just trying to flesh out as we go through this, and budgets change by the day. And if tomorrow that 10 million is thrown out, well, it's better to help $20 million worth of students than zero, which would still be possible.
Right, if the 10 million gets thrown out, CHESLA can still proceed with our $20 million bond issuance, which we anticipate closing in May.
Great. All right. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Appreciate what you guys do, by the way, too. So right now, CHESLA primarily does undergrad loans, is that correct? Or do you also do postgrad?
We do undergrad and grad. I would say due to the reliance on this Grad Plus loan program, only about 3 or 4% of our portfolio has been graduate loans. We've discussed with neighboring states, and that's a similar percentage for the neighboring states. I think it's, again, due to the heavy reliance on this Grad Plus program.
And thank you for that. And you have good success in, the payback of those in the grad programs?
Yeah, overall with our in-school loans, our default rate is, just north of 2%.
Thank you for that also. And the 1,200 number you have in your testimony, how did you come up with that in terms of the amount that you may look to loan to?
We made rough assumptions about the amount that the graduate would need to borrow. And it came out to about 400 students could be helped with the $10 million from the state, and 800 students could be assisted with the $20 million CHESLA bond issuance.
Okay, so the number isn't from what a research of how many there, so others may have to go to another avenue possibly other than CHESLA. Is that what you're saying, or that would cover most of the people that are going for this degree?
I think this covers most of the Grad Plus gap. To add context to that, the annual Connecticut Grad Plus loan volume is $98 million annually. The Grad Plus program is being eliminated effective July 1st, but there is a grandfathering of the program with anyone that has received a Grad Plus loan prior to that July 1st date. They can receive a Grad Plus loan for the remainder of their education. So this $20 million CHESLA, $10 million state is kind of our rough estimate of what that first year need would be, the $30 million total.
Excellent, thank you. And the the loan rate, what would that be? Comparable to what CHESLA is doing now, or is it more along the line the federal level?
So currently with our in-school loans, the rate is 6.65%. There's one repayment term offered. It's like 11 2/3 years. With this statewide graduate loan program, we anticipate offering multiple repayment terms, 5, 10, and 15 years, and fixed rates across the board. Overall, we anticipate offering fixed rates that are below the current Grad Plus rate, which I believe is 8.94%, and that Grad Plus loan carries 4.22% in origination fees.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate that input. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We'll appreciate your proposal. Next up is Laura Pryor. She will be followed by Adam Kay. I would like to just keep, there's only half a dozen of us or so on this side of the aisle here, the table here. But we're just at speaker number 12 on the list. There are 38 slots signed up. We're a little over 2 hours into the public hearing. So I'm gonna start announcing when the 3-minute bell goes off. And I'd ask that the members work to, myself included, I'll include myself in this, keep my remarks shorter, make less statements, ask more questions. And I also would appreciate if folks could be as brief as possible in answering questions so we can move along. We want to make sure we give everybody an opportunity to testify in front of us. So next up is Laura Pryor. Thank you for joining us and for your patience, and you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and distinguished members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Laura Pryor, and I'm an advanced practice registered nurse practicing as an acute care nurse practitioner, and I serve as the health policy chair for the Connecticut APRN Society. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 8, an act supporting graduate students in the state. I speak not only on behalf of advanced practice nursing graduate education, but also on behalf of the many healthcare professionals who are excluded from the federal loan limits for graduate degrees classified as non-professional. These professions represent approximately 82% of the state's healthcare force. Advanced practice registered nurses are registered nurses who have completed advanced clinical education at the master's or doctoral level and are licensed to diagnose conditions, prescribe medications, and manage patient care. There are 4 categories of APRNs: nurse practitioners, certified nurse midwives, clinical nurse specialists, and certified registered nurse anesthetists. Approximately 70% of graduate nursing students rely on loans to finance their education. The cost of APRN graduate programs can very easily, and most times do, exceed $100,000, depending on the institution. In Connecticut, APRNs practice with full practice authority, meaning they are licensed to practice independently without physician oversight. This autonomy significantly expands access to care within our already strained healthcare system. APRNs fill critical gaps in primary care, serve rural and underserved communities, and are essential contributors to healthcare delivery across the state. With approximately 9,000 APRNs currently practicing Connecticut, our healthcare system depends on them. If Connecticut does not act to bridge this funding gap and sustain the pipeline of residents pursuing graduate education, the downstream consequences will be significant. Our healthcare workforce is already strained, and further barriers to advanced education will only exacerbate workforce shortages and limit access to care. Senate Bill 8 allocates $10 million to address this gap. While it is unclear whether this amount will fully meet the need, it is an important and commendable first step. I appreciate your leadership and swift attention to this urgent issue and respectfully urge your support for this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience and for your testimony. I think you just heard Josh Hurlock from CHESLA. It'll be $10 million plus the $20 million that they think they can bind. And so we anticipate that that will cover the need if it's all allocated. But we appreciate your remarks as well. Does anybody have any questions, additional questions? I see none. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Yeah.
Next up is Adam Kay. I think you're supposed to be joining us online, but I don't see him in the queue. Following Adam is Nick Karapasis. Supposed to be here in the room. I don't see him. Number 15, Latasha Dion, joining us remotely. Thank you for joining us, and we eagerly await your testimony.
Thank you so much for having me. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 8 to establish a supplemental graduate student loan program. I would first like to take the time to thank the members of the committee for hearing all of our voices today. I know it's a lot of work, so thank you for all that you're doing for us. My name is Latasha Dion. I am an assistant professor of occupational therapy. I also own my own occupational therapy practice. I am a proud member of the Connecticut Occupational Therapy Association. I sit on the e-board as the co-chair of government affairs. And I'm here today really not just to only represent the profession of occupational therapy, but to also be a voice and to amplify the voices of our students. So over the past several weeks, I have been having discussions in class, tuning into some of the conversations, and a lot of the language is really sticking out to me, the language that the students are using in class. The words I've been hearing kind of over and over again are that words such as scared, overwhelmed, frustrated, disappointed, apprehensive, inaccessibility, and oppression. these are not just abstract reactions. These are real feelings that, students are going through, and they really have to determine and make big decisions as to if they're able to stay in the classroom or not. Occupational therapy is a master's level profession required for licensure. There's no lower cost way or easier route to get that degree. So when we talk about student loan caps without accounting for the actual costs required for education, we send a message, even if it's not intentional, that some students simply do not belong in these professions. For reference, the cost of an occupational therapy degree is about $100,000 at the minimum at private institutions. And so this proposed cap would not, obviously cover this. And another important thing I would love to bring to light is that we have fieldwork students who are out, learning to be OTs full time, and it takes away their ability to then either maintain their part-time jobs. And so students are relying on these federal funds to help them survive through this time, to pay their rent, to buy food and groceries. The emotional burden that is really impacting our students is our first generation students, students without financial support from their parents, and students from underserved or underrepresented backgrounds. And this was me when I was a college student. So this is again why I'm here today too. One student quote that I was able to acquire is that I have always planned to attend grad school in the future. Since university degree wasn't an option for me initially, the loan caps have made me question if I'll even have the chance to do this in the future. So we have students who are ready to engage in the Connecticut workforce, who are ready to be healthcare professionals and give back to the community, but now they're questioning if they can even afford a seat in the classroom. From a workforce perspective, this should concern all of us. Connecticut has identified workforce development as a major priority, particularly in healthcare and education and disability services. And with the decreased access to funding, we will see fewer students enter the profession of occupational therapy and other healthcare professions. This means greater workforce shortages, which I know the nurses touched on today too, reduce access to care, and a workforce that's less diverse, which is problematic because it doesn't reflect the communities that we serve. When students tell me that they're questioning whether pursuing their profession is even realistic, this is more than just an educational issue, but it's a workforce issue, an equity issue, and a public health issue. I urge this committee to consider the lived experiences and emotional toll it places on our students who want to serve in Connecticut. Education should expand opportunity and not narrow it. So thank you so much for the time. I will stick around for questions, but I really want to highlight those student voices.
Thank you for offering your expertise to the issue. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. Lou Rosado Birch, I think he's not going to testify. We're going to move on to Bruce Putterman. Bruce Putterman will be followed by Jason Prevage. Jason Prevage will be followed by Kate Diaz. Welcome to our committee, and thanks for coming to testify.
Thank you, Representative Haddad, Senator Slapp. My name is Bruce Putterman. I'm the publisher of the Connecticut Mirror. Every legislator that I've spoken with understands, even underscores the challenges that have been facing journalism, financial challenges, contraction of journalism. And that's why I'm asking you to consider a small investment in sustaining and growing journalism. This, like the Senate Bill 8 conversation, is a job creation or job sustaining kind of measure. None of the community-based hyperlocals in the state and almost none of the nonprofits in the state receive any money from government. And most of us also don't really generate much revenue from advertising. Our revenue is mostly donations and grants, and that's kind of a crazy way to run the only industry that's mentioned in the US Constitution. It also takes passionate people with a commitment to community who need a little bit of help but can't afford that help because they're already working, 16 hours a day to serve their community. It may not seem like one part-time fellow would make a difference in a small newsroom, but every operator of a small newsroom around the state that I've spoken with says it really does make a difference. So we could talk a little bit more about that during the question and answer period. An important value for us at the Connecticut Mirror is to train the next generation of journalists. We do that in two ways. We do hire 12 interns and fellows a year, 4 in the spring, 4 in the summer, 4 in the fall. The other thing we do is we hire an editor, a part-time editor, who works with students to help them develop ideas for submission to our opinion page. And she works with them to get their ideas kind of crafted to the level of writing and clarity that we expect for any opinion piece that we publish. The 12 interns, I guess, it's a lot, but it just demonstrates how seriously we take our commitment to training the next level of next generation of journalists. It's not strictly altruism. It pays off for us. The third most read story so far in February on our site was written by a UConn intern. Her name is Sarah Burnett. The fifth highest read story in January was also written by a UConn intern. Her name is Michaela Bonnell. We've hired some of our interns. 2 of our current staff members started with, one is both of them as fellows, actually. Shahrzad Raisek is our visuals journalist, and Sasha Allen is our data reporter. There have been others along the way, and some of our interns and fellows have gone on to work at other Connecticut news organizations. So I'll just close by saying, not only do journalism internships and fellowships provide valuable experience and training, they actually keep smart young people here in Connecticut, which I know is an economic development goal, and they contribute to that economy, I would argue, beyond the small cost of a funding a fellowship for them. So thank you very much, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Looking to see if there's questions. I see one online, Representative Farrar. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Bruce, for being here and highlighting some of your own experiences with interns. I know this committee heard this concept last year, kind of in recognition of maintaining and supporting our important local press outlets, and at the same time providing an economic engine and opportunity for so many of our students. And I just wanted to ask, because I know obviously Connecticut Mirror is just one of the many publications across our state, both folks that are in print and digital. And I was hoping you could speak to just like the typical size of some of these publications, and if this, even though it's a small number, you could say 12 across the state, what sort of impact do you think that could have on some of these publications?
There are, as traditional legacy media that served communities all across the state have contracted significantly over the last 10 or 15 years, as they've contracted, a number of what are called hyperlocals have emerged. Digital only, generally digitally only hyperlocals. They focus on a particular town. They're typically operated by 1 or 2 people who have a strong commitment to a sense of their community. They have a little bit of journalism experience, perhaps they're former journalists, and they are just kind of fighting the battle every single day to try to cover town council meetings and board of ed meetings. And maybe if they're super ambitious, it's hard to be super ambitious when you're a solo practitioner, maybe they can dig up some corruption in their town government or whatever it may be. Part of what they do is try to spend time interviewing freelance people to the degree that they can afford to pay freelance people. For some of the nonprofits, there are grant opportunities for the hyperlocals who haven't applied for nonprofit tax status. Grants aren't available. Donations aren't particularly available as revenue streams. Some of them are able to generate some advertising dollars, but typically they are 1 or 2 people burning the midnight oil, for whom $10,000 for a part-time fellow who could help cover some of those town council and board of ed meetings so that the solo operator can get a break every once in a while. And in the meantime, it does serve as a training ground for the next generation of journalists.
Thank you for explaining that in more detail. I know some of us have towns or cities who are served by these folks who are, trying to cover all these aspects of our town and city life. As you said, both municipal activity or, that kind of local sports team that you're trying to stay in tune with. And we know that for all of us as elected officials, it helps us and it helps our constituents when that information is readily available. You mentioned at the end of that answer kind of a number of $10,000. I did want to ask you, what you thought was a meaningful and reasonable range, for such fellowship, given your experience of having interns.
So we pay our interns, we pay them minimum wage, just over minimum wage. For argument's sake, let's say we pay somebody $20 an hour, $10,000 generates 500 hours a year. That's 10 hours a week. And 10 hours a week is sufficient money for somebody to cover a every other week town council meeting and come back and do the follow-up and do the writing, as well as covering, a Board of Ed meeting, getting out to community events, to sporting events, school events, all of the things that bind communities together and strengthen communities. Our interns in the summer work 40 hours a week. During the spring and fall semesters, they work roughly 15 hours a week, and it makes a meaningful difference for us in our reporting. And I think for any of the hyperlocals that you would speak to, they would think that they would probably agree that $10,000, 500 hours would also make a difference. I will say one other quick thing on that. A lot of the hyperlocals are in wealthier towns. So West Hartford, there's a number of hyperlocals down in Fairfield County. The extra, whatever it might be, $10,000, I guess is the number we're talking about, might allow, Bristol's the exception. Bristol does have a hyperlocal. But $10,000 maybe brings somebody in off of the sidelines into deciding in a less wealthy town that they do want to take a shot at serving their community through hyperlocal journalism.
Thank you for that, Bruce. I know we've tried to think of creative options about how to support our local news and our students. And as you said, this could support some folks that are already in our communities and also provide a mechanism for other locations to potentially start up. So thanks for clarifying that. And thanks to the chair for the opportunity.
Any additional questions? Representative Fortiger.
Thank you. Thank you, Bruce, for being here. As you mentioned, Bristol does have a hyperlocal publication. I won't get into that. People can look for it online. But when you were talking about the constriction of local news, I think many of us have experienced that, where we had a local newspaper or even a regional newspaper that covered things like sports and the city council meetings, and they don't do it anymore. How many hyperlocal news organizations would you guess there are in Connecticut, keeping in mind that we have 169 communities?
Yeah, I mean, my best guess is there's roughly 20 hyperlocals. I mean, I could probably name 10 or 12 off the top of my head, but I don't know them all. And I'm sure there are others that I'm not aware of.
Okay, thank you. So clearly there's not hyperlocal coverage everywhere, and it's not filling all the gaps that have been created.
Certainly not.
Thank you.
Certainly not.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Senator Martin.
Thank you. Very quickly. Hi, Bruce.
Hi.
Bruce, how do you see us distributing? Should this move forward and the funds are allocated, how do you see the process going from to, I guess, apply for one of these fellowships?
So some of these fellowships concepts exist in other states, and somebody from Rebuild Local News, which is a kind of a national advocacy organization around public financing and journalism, is testifying, I think, 3 down the line from me. he would be in a much better position to answer that question than I would. I know some of the distribution is through universities or other private third parties that state government regulators kind of trust to do that. But Gene Perry, who's going to testify, can speak to that more specifically than I can.
Okay, all right, thank you. It looks like it's to be determined. Thank you. Great.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Joining us remotely, Jason Prevage. He'll be followed by Kate Diaz. Kate Diaz will be followed by Gene Perry, who is the aforementioned national sort of advocate for the news thing. A good place for Senator Martin to pose his question. But for now, Jason Prevage.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, esteemed co-chairs and members of the committee. I actually don't think I've spoken before you before. I usually spend a lot of time in front of the Public Health Committee. I am Jason Prevage. I'm a physician associate, and I am the current chair of the Legislative Committee for the Connecticut Academy of Physician Associates, abbreviated as CONAPA. I also happen to be the immediate past president of the American Academy of Physician Associates, which is our national professional organization for PAs. And I practice emergency medicine in Waterbury at St. Mary's, and I'm adjunct faculty for the PA programs at Quinnipiac and Sacred Heart Universities, and I live in Fairfield. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today in support of Senate Bill 8. As it stands, I won't be offering redundant testimony here. We know where this is going to, leave student loans at this point. So I just want to speak about my profession for a few moments. The PA profession is one of the fastest growing and most sought after professions, with the U.S. News and World Report ranking us the number 5 among the 100 best professions and number 2 in healthcare. PA education is on average 27 months in duration, which totals about 3 academic years and consists of didactic education in a formal classroom environment, followed by thousands of hours of precepted clinical experiences. PA education has always been modeled after the medical education that physicians receive, and it is a full-time experience. As such, given the intensive nature of the programs, with the average number of graduate level credits typically being about 110 to 120 credits in total, it equates to a very expensive education on average. To note the state of the profession in Connecticut, we have 5 graduate PA programs here, all of which are private institutions. As well, more than half of those programs are regularly ranked among the best in the nation. Such a change to student loans at the federal level will of course increase the cost further of what is an already expensive education. The PA Education Association's data finds the average cost of a private institution's tuition is over $104,000, without any consideration of the cost of living. It stands to reason that the increased difficulty and cost in financing an education will surely lead to decreased diversity at a minimum, if not a decreased number of graduates overall. Connecticut is already thousands of healthcare providers short of meeting our current needs, and we can't afford to decrease those numbers further. As well, multiple data points have demonstrated that patients have better outcomes when they have similar backgrounds to their providers, so diversity is important. On a personal note, I was only able to afford my PA education because of the availability of federal loans, which incidentally, after 16 years, I just paid off in December. If I had attempted to qualify for private loans, pay high interest rates, and pay them off in a shorter amount of time, I personally would not have pursued this path of education. While a large amount, these concerns for insurmountable debts are not valid concerns for limiting affordable access to education. I'm now in a position that I was able to pay for my comparatively less expensive MBA and doctoral degrees as I went along, but in my mid-20s, without the ability to work while in school, seeking an advanced degree, I could not have made it through my education without loan support. With that support, I've had the privilege of treating thousands of patients over the course of my 16 years of emergency medicine in Waterbury. Our only requested consideration would be that this bill takes effect upon passage, as the 5 PA programs in Connecticut all have different start months. We want to ensure that anyone that may have the need for the program have access to it. My colleagues and I have worked to address the federal concerns that led us to this point. I applaud these efforts to ensure that Connecticut's healthcare workforce continues to grow, diversify, and be achievable, so ultimately all of our patients will benefit. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. One quick question. You're one of those professions that requires, as you've put it, precepted clinical experiences. Those are hours that you work with a mentor, and you'd characterize it as thousands of hours. Those hours are also, I mean, they're typically unpaid. Are they unpaid in your career path as well?
Not only are they unpaid, but we are paying for them because they are credits towards the degree. So yes, on average, the PA programs typically require at least 2,000 hours of clinical experience, oftentimes upwards of 2,500 or more.
Yeah, I mean, that helps to understand, I think, somewhat the need for, affordable ways to finance your education. You're paying to work for free while you're being trained to do the job free of a preceptor. Yeah, it's sort of an interesting sort of quirk in the way this system works. Are there any additional questions for Mr. Prevage? I don't see any, but thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate you having the patience to stick with us. Next up is Kate Diaz. She'll be followed by Jean Perry. Thank you. We appreciate your patience as well, and we welcome your testimony.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you having this hearing, giving us the opportunity to be heard. For so many of us, and you've heard consistently from my colleagues that, the slap in the face of not being called professionals was not just personally insulting, it was professionally horrifying and really kind of created a landscape where we were scurrying around to our younger members of our profession, reminding them that's not the message, this is the message. The work we do is important, it is valuable, it is necessary. It is quite frankly essential. And as you've heard the conversation evolve today, I think one of the points I want to make is that this academic experience is important. The idea that we go to school to become trained in pedagogical and research methods is important. I myself have a master's and a postmaster's degree. And so those things weren't done in lieu of experience. They really were done to support experience. The idea that we have this experience in the field is incredibly necessary for understanding the families that we're serving and the best practices in the field. But it's also incredibly important that we have these academic experiences to research, expand, and help us to understand the science of teaching. And I think that's really important. You've talked a lot in the legislature about things like the science of reading and these kinds of things, the science of teaching math. There is actual skill sets that are imparted upon us in these research and exploratory educational experiences. And to minimize those or to write them off as unnecessary, I think marginalizes the value of the education that we hold so dear. And so the program that you're talking about supporting, which is kind of funny that we're all coming in here hoping that you'll support us going into debt, please. I'm appreciative of it, and it is not lost on me, but it's also not lost on me that the governor's also seeking to support police and fire with free tuition. So by the way, if you want to go further, we'll go with you. But I do applaud this approach to help us to shore up our profession, to remind everyone that the work we do is valuable. These academic learning experiences are incredibly necessary. And this is about strengthening the workforce. It is about strengthening our position as the state of Connecticut as a leader. And it is about ensuring that predominantly female workforces are reminded that their work is valued. It is critical, it is essential. And so I applaud the work that you're doing. We will fight the good fight with you. We have stood side by side at press conferences, and we will continue to herald the cause. The work that is done at our higher education institutions is incredibly valuable. And I really do hope that we see this program continue and come to fruition. It is certainly, I think, one of the best bangs for the bucks for the state of Connecticut, and it is in a proper and appropriate place to spend our resources. So thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of myself and my 55,000 colleagues, 55,000 of them in the active membership, but hordes more who are out there getting degrees as we speak.
Yeah, thank you very much for your testimony. And I just point out that like the last speaker who we were talking about sort of clinical hours in that instance, aspiring educators also have to spend lots of time in the classroom as student teaching, unpaid, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, we have minimal experiences that are paid, and it's often a huge barrier for entry, not just for our aspiring educators who are sometimes, that 20-year-olds, but really a huge barrier for second career educators where they can't afford to just not work for 14 to 16 weeks. So, and as my prior speaker mentioned, it's often not just that we aren't paid during those time periods, it's that we are paying for the privilege of this experience. So I think it's time for us to reconcile where our values lie and where our resources lie.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I know that there are a number of states that do, in fact, pay their student teachers. But for now, I guess we're talking about loans being a bridge, being able to bridge that time period where people are currently working unpaid in this, as they're earning their degrees, and that sort of thing. Or they're working on the job and earning their master's degree, right?
Exactly.
So-
Often that's the case that we're dealing with our graduate programs, is that
Right.
they're already working and they're trying to balance, unfortunately, we do not have the greatest starting salaries in the state of Connecticut, minus the accelerated degrees. They're often in the 40s, so they can't afford to not work and to pursue degrees.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you for testifying with us today.
Thank you so much.
Next up, joining us online is Gene Perry. Mr. Perry will be followed by Micah Draper. He's online as well. So, Mr. Perry, go ahead.
Hi, Chair Haddad, Chair Slapp, ranking members Martin and Bronco, and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of HB 5159. I'm Gene Perry, Senior Policy Manager with Rebuild Local News, the leading nonpartisan nonprofit coalition developing and advancing policies to strengthen community news and information. Our coalition brings together 55 organizations, including local publishers, labor unions, civic groups, and philanthropy, representing more than 3,000 newsrooms and 15,000 journalists across the country. In Connecticut and around the United States, we face a severe decline in reliable community information. Since 2002, the number of local journalists per capita has plummeted by more than 75%. Connecticut has dropped to just over 7 local journalists per 100,000 people, ranking 37th out of 50 states, according to our research with Muckrack. Research shows that the decline of local news is associated with higher polarization, decreased voter turnout, increased corruption, and higher bond costs. The closure of local newspapers has even been linked to declines in volunteering for organizations like the PTA or the Neighborhood Watch. HB 5159 takes on this problem by establishing at least 12 local journalism fellowships managed by the State Office of Higher Education. By housing the program within a trusted public institution and working with independent local news outlets, state-funded fellowships can support local information while respecting press freedom. Examples of this approach are already operating in New Mexico, California, and Washington State. The New Mexico Local News Fellowship has grown from a pilot program of 3 fellows in 2019 to 9 fellows and 11 interns this year. Since 2023, the California Local News Fellowship, hosted at UC Berkeley, has deployed nearly 40 fellows per year into 2-year full-time roles at newsrooms across the state. And that program recently partnered with the California Healthcare Foundation to add fellowships focused on health reporting. The Washington State News Fellowship began in 2024 and supports 16 full-time fellows around the state. Fellows have produced more than 3,000 articles, mostly for small towns. And in partnership with Report for America, they are aiming to have a fellow in every county in the state by 2029. Each is hosted at a particular university, but fellows can be graduates of any college or university in the state, and in some cases out of state. The programs have different levels of funding with some differences in how they operate, but together they offer a range of tested practices for Connecticut to learn from and build on. HB 5159 can help Connecticut ensure residents get reliable, independent reporting to shape their community's future. It's a valuable investment in transparency and civic health. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And I will check to see if there are questions for you. Senator Mark, I see Representative Farrar. I'll call in Representative Farrar first, and then we'll see if Senator Martin wants to pose his question from previously. Representative Farrar.
Thanks, Chairman, and I will defer and not take Senator Martin's thunder. So instead of going down his path of questioning, instead, Jean, I just had a follow-up question. You noted, sadly, Connecticut isn't alone in these loss of journalists across the country. And I just wanted to understand, why this idea around journalism fellowships has been identified as really a potential solution versus other things that we could do, and why it's been seen as one piece of what we could really take on as a state.
Sure. Yeah, and it is important to think of it as one out of a menu of solutions, because this is a large and long-time problem that is going to take, I think, multiple ways to approach it. But fellowships in particular is a useful approach, because one of the big challenges with supporting journalism with this state or government funding is you still want to have that separation, so you're not controlling the media or interfering with the First Amendment. And fellowships can do that by, one, setting them up whether in a university or some other institution that's one step removed from elected officials and executive agencies. And then they are putting fellows into those independent local news organizations. So then there's that other step. So you're helping put local news reporters on the job without saying what they have to cover exactly, and preserving that freedom.
Thank you for that, Jean. And then just a second question. I know we might be hearing later from some folks who have been in the journalism field as well here in Connecticut, but do we know anything nationally just about the difficulties of journalism students even finding jobs? Like, has that been a challenge again because of shrinking newsrooms too?
Yeah, it's a problem for journalism students, and it's a problem for people at all levels of the career at this point, unfortunately. There's an average of 2.5 newspapers per week shutting down across the United States. So oftentimes journalism students can be competing for positions against people with long years of experience who've lost their jobs at other places. So it's a really rough environment, but we still do need that pipeline, because we need both the training that happens on the job, which is really important in the journalism field in particular, and also just that new generation, getting those people into those slots.
Thank you for giving more context to that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Jean. Jean, I asked a previous speaker about how do we distribute these fellowships? You know, that we're, I guess, charging the higher ed to take care of this program. Do you envision this being spread out, these fellowships, through the higher ed, the institutions, or there was a talk, or the previous speaker spoke about hyper-local publishers, and or do you see them getting these fellowships? I'm sort of trying to figure out, should these fellowships move forward, you know, how are these going to be allocated, I guess is my question.
Yeah. So there are some different models to organize it. In each of the states that are doing this already, the fellowship program itself is hosted within a specific university. So the University of New Mexico, UC Berkeley, or Washington State University. But they're not only giving fellowships to graduates of that university, they're taking a competitive application process from graduates throughout the state. And then they're also identifying the eligible local news organizations that they can place those fellows into. And then the role of the program is to be the matchmaker to place fellows in the local news organizations. In some cases, the fellows themselves are employees of the university. In some cases, they're employees of the news organization, but they have some funding to support that job from the fellowship program. So there are some different ways to organize it depending on how you want to do it. But that's the big picture of how it works.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Micah Draper, also joining us remotely. He'll be followed by somebody. I'm not sure yet who I'm looking at, whoever's next in the queue, Micah Draper or Donna Montesi. But for now, Micah Draper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Micah Draper, and I serve as president of the Yale sophomore class and director of the financial policy team within the Yale College Council, Yale's undergraduate student government. I'm here today in strong support of HB number 5158, an act prohibiting scholarship displacement. Scholarship displacement is a quiet but devastating practice. It takes what students have earned through hard work, merit, and community support, and then it redirects it away from them. At Yale University, outside scholarships are allowed to cover only what is called the student share of expenses, For most students, that amount is approximately $3,700 per year. Every outside scholarship must be reported and sent directly to Yale. But if a student earns more than that $3,700 in outside scholarships, every dollar beyond that amount is subtracted from their need-based financial aid package issued by the university. In effect, the university reduces its own contribution. That means a student who works tirelessly to earn a $10,000 scholarship does not receive $10,000 in additional support. Instead, they receive exactly $3,700. The remaining $6,300 is Yale's institutional aid, giving them more money. For a university with an endowment exceeding $44 billion, that reality is difficult to justify, in my opinion. Students are being told to apply for scholarships, to work hard, to seek community support, only to find that much of what they earn does not reduce their financial burden. I've spoken with so many students who feel defeated after learning this. Students who thought they had finally secured breathing room, money for books, maybe it's winter clothing, travel home, or simply just a smaller loan burden. And these students have only discovered that their achievement ultimately benefited the institution more than themselves. And that's the institution with a $44 billion endowment. This is not just a Yale issue, though. I've met with representatives and student leaders from the University of New Haven, Western Connecticut State University, Wesleyan University, and UConn, just to name a few. And across all of these institutions in our state, students report similar concerns. This practice is incredibly widespread. Scholarship displacement sends the exactly wrong message. It tells first-generation students, low-income students, rural students, and so many more that their extra effort does not truly matter. It undermines community scholarship programs whose donors believe that they are directly helping a student, not subsidizing an institutional budget. HB number 5158 restores fairness. It ensures that scholarships awarded to students actually benefit those students. It protects donors' intent, and most importantly, it protects access to our fundamental right to quality education. Connecticut should not allow institutions, especially those with vast financial resources, to absorb the private scholarships that students work so hard to earn. I ask you all to stand with students across this state by passing this bill. Let scholarships reduce student burden, not institutional aid. I thank you all for your time and your consideration, and please vote in favor of HB number 5158. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Is there any questions for? I don't see any, so thank you for your testimony. We appreciate your perspective and for sharing it with us.
Thank you.
Donna Mentezi, Lynn Rapsilber, Dawn Brown. Ms. Brown will be followed by Harriet Jones.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, chairs Haddad and Slap, along with our honorable members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. Thank you very much for bringing up this bill today. My name is Dawn Brown, and I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director for the National Association of Social Workers Connecticut chapter. NASW Connecticut has over 2,000 members throughout the state, but interacts with thousands more social workers and other stakeholders and partners in this important work that we collectively do. I am testifying in support of SB 8. As a proud social worker, I'm honored to say we are represented throughout the Connecticut workforce. You'll find social workers in schools, at the VA, in private practice. Also, social workers are embedded throughout our nonprofit agencies, and some of your colleagues right here in the legislature are also social workers. In order to get to these places in the workforce, it's important to remember many of them had to get a graduate degree. Loans make higher education possible for individuals that do not have the means to finance their school. I sit here in front of you as someone who wouldn't probably be sitting here if I did not have access to graduate student loans. It makes a difference for many people to be mindful of that. In this day, due to the rising costs of education, as I know was talked about previously, And also the cost of living. There are a significant number of students who are unfortunately having to depend on loans. Due to federal cuts, without programs such as the Supplemental Graduate Student Loan Program, through support of CHESLA and the state of Connecticut, we will not be able to support students completing their graduate studies. This would be detrimental not only to our students, but the pipeline to the workforce, leading to job vacancies and larger wait times, and most importantly, less services for the individuals and families of Connecticut that we collectively serve. As previously mentioned by several others, this would lead to a decrease in opportunity, access, and representation in our workforce. Opportunity, access, and representation is so imperative to make sure that all of our workforce represents those that we serve. It's also imperative for us to continue to provide access and availability to these resources and be able to have loans available at rates that are affordable to repay. I've heard several people talk about the cost of even being able to get access to be eligible for loans, and I hope that this consideration is considered with SB 8 for sure. We are living in a time here in 2026 where we actually need more professionals in mental health care, more professionals in education, and more professionals in healthcare in general. Supporting this legislation helps encourage more social workers to continue their education in Connecticut and will positively impact our workforce. By providing this funding opportunity, we'll support the educational aspirations of our graduate students, and I will always lead with this. Most importantly, collectively help the individuals, families, and communities we serve go from surviving to thriving. Please vote yes on Senate Bill 8. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? I don't see any, but thank you much for being patient with our committee and hanging in there with us. Next up is Harriet Jones. She's approaching. She'll be followed by Paul Brower, who's waiting remotely. First, Ms. Jones.
Hello, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'd like to offer testimony in support of HB 5159, funding journalism fellowships for graduates of public institutions. My name is Harriet Jones. I'm a journalist. I'm an adjunct instructor in the journalism department at UConn and also executive director of the Connecticut Student Journalism Collaborative, which is a statewide nonprofit. We're lucky enough to have really excellent journalism education in Connecticut, thanks in no small part to dedicated faculty at public institutions. We also still have excellent newsrooms. Both sides of this ecosystem are under tremendous financial pressure at a moment when it couldn't be more important to have a flow of truthful and dependable information for the public. When newsrooms are under pressure, sometimes the first thing to go is funding for internships. Funded opportunities for getting a solid start in this profession are few and far between. The Connecticut Student Journalism Collaborative is a nonprofit that's working to fill this gap. We work with journalism programs across Connecticut. On the public side, we have active participation from UConn, Southern, Central, Eastern, and the CT State Community College system. Faculty from these institutions work alongside professional editors in the state to support students to get their work published in statewide media while they're still in school. This has included bylines in CT News Junkie, Hartford Current, Connecticut Mirror, CT Latino News, CT Examiner, Connecticut Public, and WSHU. This gives students the beginnings of a professional portfolio and some connections in newsrooms, the kind of boost that makes a difference once they're out there in the job market. The measure that's before you, funding early career journalism fellowships, would take a crucial next step for these young people, providing consistent professional early career experience. If the legislature chooses to fund these fellowships, you would be dropping these seeds into fertile ground. There's real substantive work going on right now on the ground to support these positions and make them successful and meaningful. We can identify the promising emerging journalists that this bill would help. With this financial boost, we can continue to build a robust and diverse workforce pipeline for journalism in this state. Many of the young people that this bill would help are home students. They're already embedded in Connecticut communities, and they know the stories that need to be told because these are their hometowns. they will go to the Board of Education or the Board of Finance to cover those critical decisions that affect everybody's lives. There are young people who we want to incentivize to stay here and contribute to an excellent news ecosystem, but they don't always have the advantages of funding and connections. I hope you'll recognize how important it is that the next generation of journalists is enabled to cover the very important work that you do and that many other public servants do. And I hope you'll make it happen through HB 5159. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony. Do members have questions? I just wanted to ask one quick one. You said that you're involved with a nonprofit called the Connecticut Student Journalism Collective. Is that what
Collaborative, you got it.
Collaborative? Oh, we're close.
Close.
And your mission as a nonprofit is to support experiential work opportunities for journalism students?
Yes, exactly right. We're trying to build connective tissue between journalism education and newsrooms. Because as I know, I worked as a journalist for many, many years, managing a newsroom and trying to hire journalists. And we found that we didn't often have that kind of visibility into who's being educated in the state, who are the promising young journalists who are coming up. And so we felt it was important to put that work in to build this pipeline so that we have those connections between the journalism education and the newsrooms. So that's the purpose of the nonprofit. We help students to, they usually are doing the stories as part of their classwork, but we then, the best of those stories, we make them visible to the professional editors and we offer them up for publication, which helps the students to get bylines.
Thank you for your work in that endeavor and for your testimony. I don't see any additional questions, so we will move on, but thank you.
Thanks so much.
Next up is Paul Brower. Mr. Brower will be followed by Deborah Liboitz.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of the committee. I am Paul Brower, the Vice President for Enrollment Management at the University of St. Joseph in West Hartford. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of Bill 8, focusing around funding for graduate student loans through the state and through CHESLA. The changes that are coming up on July 1st are certainly going to affect a number of USJ graduate students, really creating additional challenges as they work towards completing their graduate education. For context, at USJ, this change will affect more than 430 master's and doctoral students who graduate each year, about 200 of whom have historically received funding through Grad Plus loans. The majority of these students are in most affected areas that are really facing substantial statewide labor shortages, including nursing and health professions across the board, education, special education, social work, counseling, and behavioral health. So all really critical areas that students are coming out of that will be really negatively impacted. In addition to their coursework, these students complete clinical rotations, student teaching, field work, serving the communities here within Connecticut, and a majority of these students do stay within the state for employment after graduation. Without a replacement or supplemental funding for Grad Plus loans, many of these students will not have the sufficient financial resources to complete their degree, which would directly impact the workforce supply in these shortage areas. A state-supported supplemental loan program and expansion through CHESLA would help ensure that these students can continue their education and enter Connecticut's workforce prepared, licensed, and ready to go to work. We will continue to do our best in managing costs within our programs, and we're grateful to the legislature for recognizing just how important graduate education is as a public investment and supporting this bill and these students. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Brower? I don't see any, but thank you for offering your testimony for your institution.
Thank you much.
Next up is on our list is Deborah Liboitz. I see her in the waiting list, but she has not accepted the invitation to join us on the active list. Maybe she's here. Looks like she just accepted. There she is. Great. Just in the nick of time. Why don't you?
Just in the nick of time. Thank you very much. As you said, my name is Deborah Liboitz. I serve as the Provost, Chief Academic Officer at Quinnipiac University, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak in strong support of SB 8. At Quinnipiac, students' reliance on Grad Plus loans is significant, and these loans cover essential non-discretionary education costs, as many others today have indicated. During the 24-25 academic year, our approximately 3,000 graduate and professional students borrowed $18.5 million in Grad Plus funding. Graduate students in the health professions alone, and I know you've heard a lot about this today, borrowed approximately $10 million of that funding. Most of Quinnipiac's students that are enrolled in these programs feed directly into Connecticut's healthcare, science, and technology workforce, but we also have programs in education that would be affected. Quinnipiac's healthcare programs consistently rank among the strongest in the region. Our Frank H. Netter School of Medicine is nationally recognized for its excellence in rural and primary care training and is the top-ranked institution in Connecticut for preparing physicians to serve in these high-need areas. Our nurse practitioner and physician assistant programs are critical as well to the state's primary care infrastructure, as are our behavioral health and our advanced practice psychiatric nurse practitioners, our social workers, and others. I also want to emphasize that beginning in the 26-27 academic year, federal changes to graduate student loan programs will significantly reduce loan availability for part-time students, as annual federal loan limits will be prorated in direct proportion to enrollment's intensity. And I haven't heard much about that here today, so I wanted to emphasize it. For example, this means that if a program defines full-time enrollment as 9 credits per term and a student enrolled at that level would retain the full eligibility for an unsubsidized loan. A student enrolled in 6 credits would receive only 67% of that eligibility. A student in 3 credits would receive 33%. And this represents a major shift that will directly reduce access to federal aid for part-time graduate students. And as a result, part-time graduate students will face a substantial gap between their cost of attendance and the available federal loan funding. And when you combine this with the elimination of Grad Plus loans, these changes will disproportionately affect working professionals, particularly those in healthcare and nursing, who often pursue their graduate education part-time while remaining in the workforce. So the consequences extend well beyond individual students and institutions. Graduates of our programs in everything from law to the health professions, I said before, in the education programs, special ed, are essential to staffing Connecticut's hospitals, clinics, schools, community agencies. And if this bill does not advance, the impact will be immediate for students in demanding academic and clinical programs who often have little ability to increase employment while they're enrolled. They will delay enrollment, or worse yet, not enroll. They will reduce their course load or increase the time it takes for them to finish their degrees, or they will leave Connecticut for states with more stable financing options, resulting in further workforce shortages in areas where the state can least afford them. So in addition to eliminating Grad Plus loans without a state alternative will restrict access to advanced degrees to those who only have strong credit, have co-signers, or family wealth, and this shift would create significant equity barriers and undermine our goals and in order to help create a workforce that reflects and serves Connecticut's diverse communities. So for all of these reasons, we at Quinnipiac strongly support SB 8, and we respectfully recommend that the bill take effect upon passage so that students have the clarity they need as they make enrollment decisions for the upcoming year, because the timing here is very important. And I want to thank you very much for your leadership and commitment to Connecticut's graduate students. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I would love to make the bill effective upon passage, but since it's also going to be contingent on bonding authority that goes through the bond commission agenda, it'll probably be, we'll start it up as soon as monies are available. It's a small change from what you suggested, but an important one. Thank you very much for your testimony. Do you have, I see Representative Ackert has a question for you.
Deborah, you're still on?
I am, yes.
Great, thank you. How many potential students would be affected at your institution with the change, absent this legislation?
I'm adding in my head 700 or so.
So 700 potential students would not be, aren't going to get that. But and the reason why I'm asking that is the CHESLA came up with approximately be able to serve about 1,200 overall.
Yeah.
And between your testimony, St. Joe's, and the college system, we're right close to that right now. Those are those three institutions. So thank you for that number, and thank you for your testimony.
Yeah.
Actually, just a quick follow-up question to that. When you say 700 students, does that represent all of the graduate students at Quinnipiac University, or is that just the incoming cohort of graduate students?
Oh, excellent question. You're right. It would not affect, I'm estimating the number of students who actually are receiving Grad Plus loans now among our 3,000 graduate and professional students from everything, law, medicine, across all of those programs, education. And so the hit in any one year is not that total number.
Right. And so just to be clear, so members of this committee understand, what CHESLA is estimating is the number of students that they can help in the first year of the program.
Yeah.
And I say that because I think, for complete transparency, the $10 million of bonding authority request will be $20 million next year and $30 million the following year. Eventually that plateaus out because because once those loans are made, students begin to make repayments, and that replenishes the fund. There's not a great expectation that we're going to lose much money because the default rate is so low, but eventually it replenishes itself, and it replenishes itself with interest. But it's a good question. I just want to make, your question gave me the opportunity to clarify that for members of the committee. And thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate that you came and appeared before our committee. Next up on our list is Jocelyn Delancey. And if she is not in the room, then I see Mona Lucas from the University of Connecticut has joined us remotely. And it will be Mona's turn when she turns on her camera and microphone. Here she comes. Good to see you again, and welcome before the committee again.
Thank you so much. Honorable co-chairs, ranking members, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. As stated, I am Mona Lucas, and my role at the University of Connecticut is Assistant Vice President for Enrollment. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of the university in support of HB 5158, an act prohibiting scholarship displacement, and SB 8, an act supporting graduate students in the state. First, allow me to comment and show support for HB 5158. The longstanding practice at the University of Connecticut will comply with this proposed legislation. What we do at the University of Connecticut when students receive outside private or public scholarships is we first apply those funds toward the student's unmet need, or for the students who are not need-based candidates, we apply it toward the unfunded portion of the cost of attendance. If we look at our undergraduate population from last year, we had 74% of our undergrads apply for financial aid, and that gross financial need figure was $481 million. So that equates to about $34,600 of financial need for our undergrads who applied for financial aid. We know that roughly 50% of the unmet need was covered by grants. So, and these would be perhaps the Federal Pell Grant, the Roberta Willis Grant, University of Connecticut grants, and merit scholarships. About 20% of that need was covered by student loans and federal work study. So that leaves another roughly 30% that we are unable to address. And it's for that reason that we continue to allow any outside money a student qualifies for to go towards meeting that portion of unmet need or portion of cost of attendance that we are unable to meet at the university. I'd also like to express support for SB 8, the Enact Supporting Graduate Students in the State. This timely legislation will help protect access to graduate and professional education for Connecticut students in the face of the significant upcoming changes to federal borrowing. At UConn alone, if we look at data from last year, we had 167 first-time borrowers of the federal Graduate Plus loan. This group of students borrowed $4.2 million, so on average about $25,168 per student. So if we look at these 168 borrowers or first-time borrowers as future physicians, dentists, lawyers, researchers, educators, it's clear that we want to we are in support of Senate Bill 8. By stepping in where federal government is stepping back with Senate Bill 8, we think we can avert a decline in graduate student enrollment. UConn is proud to support this initiative. We believe SB 8 strikes an effective balance. It's fiscally responsible, should be fairly simple to implement, and it's squarely focused on closing a critical affordability gap. So thank you this afternoon for your time and attention and your support of University of Connecticut. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony on House Bill 5158 regarding scholarship displacement. It's consistent, I think, with your testimony from last year, where you were very clear that if an additional scholarship gets awarded to the student that you've already made a financial aid award to of say it's $2,500, that will come off. I think last year, I think you said like it'll first come off of whatever loans that might have been anticipated that the family might have had to take out to pay for the difference. And then if loans aren't part of their package, it would come out of whatever other out-of-pocket expenses. I mean, sort of an out-of-pocket contribution from the family. Is that, do I understand that correct? That's
close. First we start with, before we reduce or cancel anything, is there unmet need that we weren't able to address? And so let's say, if someone has unmet need of $5,000 and they get this $2,500 scholarship, then we just plug it into the aid offer. If by chance the full financial need was met by a combination of grants and scholarships and loans and work, that's when we start with the least desirable program. So we would first reduce a loan. If that didn't cover the amount, we would look to reduce the federal work study, because we have an alternative work study work program for our students, so it wouldn't keep them from working. So it's only when all the need has been covered and the self-help forms of aid have been reduced or canceled, that's the only point in which we get to now we're going to reduce some other grant or scholarship.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. We appreciate that clarification. See Representative Ackert has a question for you.
Thank you, Mona, for being here. Always a very comprehensive testimony. We greatly appreciate that. Do you have the total amount, and it might not have this, but I was curious, of what like last year's scholarship that we're speaking of, did UConn have to offset? In other words, of all the students that you have coming in, did they, average, $500 or something like that, and you absorb that through one of your many levels that you mentioned? Do you know the number of that in terms of those scholarships?
I don't know the number. What I may be able to do is have our financial aid team backtrack to look at, perhaps we code them as in a certain way. So we may be able to get at that figure. But I definitely don't have the number handy.
I'd be interested in that. I'm not sure if the chair would be interested in that, a number sent to the chairs of the committee. And thank you again.
Mona, hi, it's Senator Slapp. Thanks for being with us. Quick question. One, just for clarification, I know sometimes, in higher ed speak, there's this term unmet need or conversely meeting need. Would UConn say that you're meeting need if that still included a student having a loan? I think the answer would be yes, right?
Yeah. Yes, there are some cases in which students with maybe moderate financial need that we award whatever we have in terms of grants and scholarships, and then a subsidized loan is also included in the offer. That subsidized loan may meet their full need, the rest of their need, I should say, and that could be a student with that their full need is met. So if they get anything else, the loan is going to have to be reduced.
Yeah, no, I get you. And part of the reason I think that's important to clarify is, especially last year when we were looking at this bill, there were some institutions of higher education in our state that opposed it and said, well, look, as long as we're meeting need, then we should be able to displace the outside scholarships. But as you just highlighted, a school can meet need and the students still have loans. And
yes,
I think that's a very important distinction. I think most people, certainly myself, would say as long as the student has loans, and then they're able to go out and get an outside scholarship, that they should, the school should do exactly as UConn does, exactly as you described, which is take it off the loans. I think this is a good example of where UConn is leading the way, and I think I would hope that our private institutions in the state could do the same thing. I think they should, because UConn's doing it without $1 billion endowment. And so thank you for your leadership on this.
I think the figure was 44 billion, but who's counting? Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna find my list again. Keeps getting buried in my papers here. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Misty Scoggins is next up. Thank you. There it is. I found it. She'll be followed by Allison Wilson, Matthews Wilson. But first, Misty Scoggins. Go ahead.
Thank you. Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, Senator Martin, and Representative Bronco, and other esteemed members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Misty Scoggins. I'm a certified registered nurse anesthetist and an associate professor in the Department of Nurse Anesthesia Practice at Central Connecticut State University. I'm here today to express my strong support for Senate Bill 8. As an advanced practice nurse and an educator, I see firsthand the need to expand CHESLA lending capacity Many nurses are eager to pursue graduate education, but they're hesitant because of financial concerns. With the federal government ending the Grad Plus loan program on July 1st and the proposed changes to limit the federal loans for advanced practice nurses and others, we face significant barriers. CRNAs who must earn a doctoral degree through an intensive 3-year program are particularly impacted. The U.S. Department of Education says that these loan limits will help to drive down the cost of graduate programs. But graduate loans cover both tuition and living cost, and many graduate students rely on these loans for expenses that are beyond tuition. So in a 2024 survey of 269 graduate students at Central, 40% said that they worried about affording food, and 24% said that they had to choose between paying their rent and paying for other basic expenses within the last 3 months. Cutting access to low-interest loan amounts will likely push future graduate nurses and others to take out private loans, which are harder to get and offer fewer protection. Some might even have to give up their graduate education. So Senate Bill 8 is an investment in Connecticut's health future. For example, a 2024 Mercer report estimated that Connecticut would face a shortage of more than 500 nurse practitioners by 2028. If we don't address the federal government's refusal to fairly fund loans for advanced practitioners, the shortage could worsen and hurt our workforce pipeline. I urge the committee to pass the bill and to have it take effect immediately so that graduate students seeking financial help know that they can find it in Connecticut this fall. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. And I hear, I'm sure many of my colleagues on this committee also hear about the urgency of action here. It's the point I tried to make earlier today, and it's the one that you finished with. Folks are deciding right now, as you described, with some hesitancy about what to do in furtherance of their degree right now. And so to the great extent and the earliest possible moment that we can provide some certainty for a state program, that can only works to our advantage. So thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any additional questions? I didn't say any, but thank you very much for your offering your testimony. Next up is Allison Wilson. She'll be followed by Lucas Amoroso Whittles.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, Senator Martin, Representative Bonko, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Agency. My name is Allison Wilson. I'm the Senior Director of Workforce and Clinical Policy with the Connecticut Hospital Association, and I'm honored to be here on behalf and presenting for CHA to testify in support of SB 8, the act supporting graduate students. I've already provided some written testimony, and in the interest of your time, I'm going to simply highlight some of those statements. CHA is very pleased to offer our support for the proposed graduate loan program supported by the Connecticut Supplemental Loan Authority. It is our specialized and highly trained workforce that makes Connecticut hospitals best in class for quality and patient care. HR 1 has threatened the future viability of that workforce through graduate study loan caps and the elimination of the Grad Plus loan program. Additionally, the Department of Education's recent identification of professionals dictating who's eligible for access to higher lending caps conveniently excludes many essential healthcare workers and social service degrees. Graduate degrees in nursing, physician assistants, social workers, and rehab specialists like OT, PT, and speech, these have always been gateway careers for aspiring caregivers of diverse backgrounds. In a time of workforce shortage, Connecticut hospitals are committed to the engagement, recruitment, and retention of these and other healthcare professionals, particularly in rural and underserved communities. Graduate degrees are not optional when we are building state-of-the-art healthcare. For our trained teams, they are the minimum qualifications required to deliver safe and high quality care. CHA would like to thank this committee for sending a very clear signal with this bill and our legislative priorities that Connecticut is committed to protecting access to advanced education and strengthening our healthcare workforce. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Lucas Amaraso Whittles. I think he's supposed to be joining us remotely, but I don't see him in person. Richard Jennings. Naomi Schneider. Oh, you Richard Jennings? Oh, perfect. Okay, great. You'll be followed by Naomi Snyder, if Naomi is here. Yep. There you go. Good to go. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. Chairpersons Slap and Haddad and other members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Richard Jennings. I'm from the Short Beach section of Branford, Connecticut, and District 12, home of our favorite daughter, Senator Christine Cohen. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 8, an act supporting graduate students in the state. I am doing so as a board member of the Connecticut affiliate of the American College of Nurse Midwives. I retired as a midwife after spending 42 years caring for women, their families, and catching their babies. We support state assistance to graduate students newly affected by federal loan limit changes. Just to reassure anyone listening, almost all midwives are women. It was meant to be funny. I failed miserably, but it's also true. So this bill is essential for, hold on now, sustaining Connecticut's health workforce and ensuring that critical professions remain accessible to qualified students from all backgrounds. Connecticut needs more midwives. For the remainder of my testimony, midwife will be used to mean midwives certified nationally and licensed in Connecticut. Midwives practice in collaboration with supportive physicians and highly skilled nurses. As stated in a report from our own Department of Public Health, quote, globally, midwifery care has improved outcomes by 56 different measures. Midwifery is associated with higher health outcomes and lower rates of race-specific neonatal mortality. Midwives independently provide care during pregnancy, childbirth, and postpartum, as well as sexual and reproductive health care and primary care, as provided in the American College of Nurse Midwives definitions. End of quote. Midwives reduce the main drivers of healthcare costs, which are cesarean births and neonatal intensive care admissions. Midwives have a graduate level education requiring student loans. The intensity of midwifery training eliminates the chance of working while you're in school. Midwives practice in hospitals, birth centers, homes, community health centers, and private practices. We serve families in urban, suburban, and rural communities and are often employed in practices caring for underserved communities. The new federal changes risk reducing the number of students who can afford the cost of midwifery education. The gap between the new limits and the cost of tuition, housing, and daily living appears to be greatest for midwifery students. This bill will help bridge the gap. Connecticut currently has two accredited programs educating midwives, the Yale School of Nursing and the Fairfield University Egan School. Education programs rely on stable enrollment to sustain faculty, clinical partnerships, and training infrastructure. When federal loan limits reduce enrollment, programs may be forced to shrink and, in the worst case, close. I thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of Senate Bill 8. Thank you for helping to buffer the effects of the present administration. Just as an aside, talking about costs. When I graduated from Yale's midwifery program in '79, through scholarships, grants, and loans, I graduated with an $8,000 debt. I paid $80 a month for 15 years to pay that off, which was not difficult at all. Now graduates are paying thousands of dollars a month. They could buy a home with the amount of money they have to pay for their student debts. So thank you for trying to help with that. I'm really happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yeah, you've done well. Notwithstanding the joke, we would have laughed robustly if it was in the first hour of the hearing. That's just the price you pay when you go an hour, for.
Yeah, they say timing is everything.
Yeah, thank you. Next up, joining us remotely, I think Naomi Schneider's, they decline. Naomi, you're online, but you're declining the invitation from the clerk to move over. In the meantime, while you're trying to work that out, I'll ask if Amy Marshall is here. Thank you. Thank you. So I'll just say again, so Naomi, if you're online and you want to testify, you need to accept the invitation from the clerk to move to the next room. And in the meantime, Amy, welcome to the committee. We are here to listen to your testimony.
I'll go then. Good afternoon, Senator Slapp, Representative Haddad, and the members of the committee. My name is Amy Marshall. I'm an assistant professor at Yale School of Nursing, where I teach graduate and Doctor of Nursing practice students. I also serve as president of Connecticut APRNs, our state's nurse practitioner organization representing advanced practice nurses across the state. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak about SB 8. I'm just going to make about 3 brief points. First, I want to talk a little bit about nurse practitioners, who we are and why we matter. We're not entry-level nurses. We're registered nurses who return to graduate school for advanced clinical training at the master's or doctoral level. We diagnose, we prescribe, we manage patient care. We practice independently. We are educated and licensed to assess patients, order and interpret tests, prescribe medications, and manage care. We've evolved over decades to meet healthcare needs. We expand capacity in our healthcare system. And in a moment of provider shortages, retiring clinicians, and long wait times, we're part of the solution. Second, practicing at the top of our scope is essential to workforce stability and access. Connecticut, like much of the country, is facing a workforce strain. We have aging providers retiring. We have rural and under-resourced communities struggling to recruit clinicians. We have patients waiting months for appointments. APRNs want and should be able to practice at the top of our scope. When we remove barriers to education and entry into advanced practice, we directly increase access to care. Every graduate we produce represents hundreds to thousands of patients who will gain access to primary or specialty care. When we make graduate education uncertain, we don't just affect the student, we affect the entire community's access to care. Third, I'm going to give you a little story. A nurse in Connecticut, someone I know, from a rural, under-resourced community. She's been planning to return to school to become a nurse practitioner. She works full-time, she's saved, she's gained experience deliberately. She's accepted for the fall of this coming 2026. She plans to return to her community to practice, the very place that's struggling to recruit providers. She is exactly who we want in graduate education. And yet she's hesitating. She's hesitating on accepting her admission because she's watching the potential student loan caps and trying to determine whether she could realistically finance her education. If she steps away, her community loses a future provider before she even has a chance to serve. Multiply her by dozens, hundreds, and we really begin to see the workforce implications. So in closing, it's not just about the tuition and the loan, it's about whether we're going to have enough advanced practice nurses to meet the healthcare needs of our patients. We're educated, we're licensed, we're ready to serve. We're part of the solution, but we need to have access to graduate education that remains realistic and attainable, especially for nurses from the very communities that really need us the most to serve. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. As somebody who represents a rural community myself, even though it also hosts a large urban environment with the University of Connecticut, but the rest of Mansfield is quite rural. And there, I go to my own sort of family practice and hear about the issues that they have attracting healthcare providers to Eastern Connecticut. It's I feel the need to sort of act here and to do something that helps ensure that we have a very robust pipeline and that it's not constricted because of issues of affordability. So
I appreciate
thank
that.
thank you very much for your testimony. I see Representative Ackert. Well, Representative Ackert, followed by Representative Bronco.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Did you say you were teaching at Yale?
Yeah, I teach
Okay.
it.
Was there any, I'm thinking of individuals that are trying to get into your classes. Did you have that you couldn't accept them because of the amount of class space or teachers or anything like that? Or were you pretty well off?
We've actually been able to expand our capacity despite some of our structural challenges. We actually are, we have the largest class ever that we accepted in this most recent cohort. So, but however, this year's enrollment is at a record low all of a sudden. So we're very concerned about how this is affecting our enrollment as a school. But no, we have the capacity. We've been able to expand our faculty with struggles. That's not an easy thing to do. But we've been able to meet the demand, but we just have to be able to fund. Our Yale education, as I'm sure you can imagine, is ridiculously expensive. And without this person I'm talking about is someone who applied to my program. She's waiting with bated breath on what's going to happen.
Thank you for that. And thank you for the description of the difference between the value of the APRN and what that, because that's typically who I see when I go to the doctor. I see, oh, you see an APRN and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. So, but because they're busy too, those doctors. So thank you very much for your testimony and for being here.
Representative Bronco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Amy, for being here. Appreciate the testimony. I posed the question in the beginning. I'm not sure if you were here or heard, but I'm curious your opinion. Do you think it would be fair to tie a residency requirement to getting this loan?
No, I personally am in support of both residency and those attending in the state too, because you will have people come from out of state, and my school is a good example of that. We have people that come from out of state that end up living in the state after graduation.
So okay, let me clarify then. Residency requirement post-graduation.
Oh.
So I think this would be a clever use for recruiting out-of-state students, but I would struggle with using state dollars to benefit an out-of-state student to come here for their education, who's going to immediately leave and go work elsewhere while benefiting from a lower interest loan from us.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay.
I agree with your statement. Yes. I think we're trying to benefit Connecticut here. And so, yeah, it's the Connecticut pipeline, people who are in Connecticut residing in education, and yes.
And there is an acknowledged nurse shortage within the state.
Oh, yes, very much. I mean, I could tell you, Representative Haddad mentioned, but I'm in Litchfield County. That's where I reside, and I practice as a clinician there and primary care. And we have, I'm in a nurse practitioner owned practice. We get about 5 to 10 calls a day for new patients who want to be seen, and we can't actually see them because we don't have access. We're at capacity in my practice. So definitely a shortage. And that's where I really think that rural community, I'm not necessarily rural where I am in Litchfield County, but we have a hard time getting people to come and live with us and work.
So it would also be fair to say that if we tied a residency requirement, that we're not giving students, they wouldn't have opportunity to find work, that we'd be tying their hands.
No, I think there's plenty of opportunity. I have not had a student graduate that could not find employment in Connecticut as a nurse practitioner.
I appreciate your insight in that. I hope this can be part of the conversation moving forward. So I appreciate your.
It's a good thought. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. Next up is, I guess it's Heather Bal. Is joining us remotely. She'll be followed by Dave Gabri if he's here. Heather Bal.
Hello. Thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to testify in strong support of SB 8. I typically prepare something ahead of these testimonies, but because this potential bill is very close to my own personal situation. I didn't feel the need this time to actually prepare very much. I am the president of the Bacchus Federation of Nurses. I am also a proud executive committee member for AFT Connecticut and have been a resident of the state of Connecticut for almost 30 years now and been employed as a nurse within the state for 14 years, predominantly with Hartford Healthcare. The only research that I really did into this was I was curious about the changes to fall enrollment for colleges over the last decade. And everything that I have found has shown that there has been a significant decline in enrollment for the fall programs for advanced education programs within the state across the board. It's down net about 10,000 students at this point. So backstory on myself, I mentioned I've been a nurse in the state since 2012, working in Connecticut the entire time. And I currently have about $35,000 in student loans, of which I pay $582 per month to pay back those student loans. I was accepted to Quinnipiac's nurse practitioner program back in 2018 and then got pregnant with my son. So made the decision to instead siphon that money into his birth and the rearing of my child, and have since then thought about ways that I would advance my career as a nurse should I have the opportunity down the road. I've thought about CRNA programs. I've thought about reapplying to the nurse practitioner program. I financially can't think about doing any of that right now when I'm looking at tuition, mortgage, groceries, everything that goes into the daily living of a constituent within the state of Connecticut. I am now looking at pursuing a law degree. And without these grants, that will be completely unattainable for me. I am the daughter of a Vietnam veteran who was shot in the head in Vietnam as a gunner on a helicopter. He received a Rifle Expert Medal and a Purple Heart. The only reason that I truly think that I was able to apply to and complete my nursing degree was because he was approved for total and permanent disability during my application process, during which I was able to apply for federal grants that allowed me to use some of that grant money towards the tuition for nursing school, but also towards my rent and my books at the time, which at this point, thinking back on it, I really don't think I would have been able to do without the assistance of the federal program that was in place that allowed me to tap into some of that funding. I today was just looking at the openings, the nurse vacancy rate at Bacchus Hospital, where I work in the post-anesthesia care unit. And they currently have 46 open positions. So on a average day-to-day basis, Bacchus Hospital in Norwich is operating at an approximately 11% deficit of nursing staff. And those are bachelor's prepared nurses. So then when you look at the APRNs, I have been waiting myself over a year to get in with my provider because my doctor is actually at Bacchus Hospital working in the emergency room as a hospitalist admitting patients. So instead of being able to work in his practice at his office, he's at the hospital working for Hartford Healthcare instead of working at his actual PCP office to provide primary care to prevent me going to the hospital and needing to be admitted by him as a hospitalist, which seems like a backslide to me. Reading today, the Connecticut Hospital Association put out a statement that said the federal actions right now threaten to place graduate education out of reach for many aspiring clinicians and caregivers, exacerbating persistent healthcare workforce shortages, particularly in rural and underserved communities. For professionals seeking advanced training, reduced borrowing limits could make programs financially unattainable, limiting entry into critical roles such as NPs, nurse practitioners, physician's assistants, PAs, who assist in our operating room every single day. They are the people that are actually putting in the sutures and closing up surgical sites so that the surgeons can then leave and move on and initiate their next case. Social workers and rehab specialists, including physical, occupational, and speech therapists. the very professionals, patients, and families depend on every single day. So as many people have mentioned in previous testimony, it's imperative to allow a grant system here in Connecticut that not only promotes individuals being able to attain what now feels like the unattainable, but promote them getting through those programs and then staying here in the state of Connecticut and providing care to the people that need it and the people who are suffering because they can't afford their health insurance and they can't afford or they're not able to get into their primary care providers. I thank you so much for this opportunity to speak on behalf of support of SB 8, and I welcome any questions or clarifying points.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for your sharing your personal experience with us. Are there questions by members of the committee? I do not see any, so thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate that. David Gabri. Close? Gabri. From Wellington, no less. Yes. He'll be followed by Anthony DeJesus, who is joining us online. If he accepts the invitation to move over, they'll be followed. Following that will be Gina Ross.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I thank you for allowing me to give you testimony today in support of HB 5158. My name is Dave Gabri. I'm from Wellington, Connecticut, and I am a board member with the Wellington Scholarship Foundation Dollars for Scholars. We are a registered 50c3 in the state of Connecticut Corporation, local chapter of Scholarship America. Our chapter raises donations from local businesses and local residents to provide scholarships to graduating seniors and others from the town of Wellington who are pursuing post-secondary education. Scholarship displacement, and I hate being redundant because you've heard a lot of this before, occurs when a student receives a scholarship after their initial financial package has been given to them. And the college or university reorganizes that package based on that scholarship that they've been given. When a student receives a scholarship from a provider like ours, they are required to notify the school of that scholarship. We as an organization recommend our students wait to the last possible minute to do that. If a student is fully funded in the academic year, you've heard the testimony already about loans, offsetting loans. UConn claims they do that. We have evidence that they don't always practice what they preach. And the bill also addresses the alignment with athletic scholarship programs. Without a ban on scholarship displacement, the universities and colleges can simply take outside scholarship funds away from the students, even those students with unmet needs, and use it for their own purposes. They may claim that this is done to free up more funds for students requiring financial aid who may not have received outside financial support, but in effect, they're penalizing the students who have sought and acquired those funds and outside scholarships. And it raises the question as to whether the purpose of applying for and winning scholarships is even worth it. It also defeats the purpose of organizations like ours who offer scholarships because it negates the contributions we give to those students whom we've chosen for our purposes. And in some instances, our donors have provided us with attributes for those scholarships they want to provide. And the school simply takes the money and says, we're going to do what we want with it. There are currently 6 other states, including California, Maryland, Minnesota, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Washington, who have legislation banning scholarship displacements. There are several other states currently considering it, and I would love for Connecticut to be the 7th state on that list, be a leader in this cause. But let's be clear, we can't control what other states or other colleges and universities do around scholarship displacement. But if we have a Connecticut student who is considering his options for his post-secondary education, and he's got Connecticut schools and non-Connecticut schools, I would think that knowing Connecticut's going to be behind him on scholarship displacement would be a check mark in his choice. My organization, Willington Scholarship Foundation, and other Connecticut chapters of Scholarship American are asking this committee to consider this bill that would prohibit scholarship displacement in instances where these students have the unmet need. We urge this committee to protect the students and organizations from the practices of those colleges and universities who use scholarship displacement for their own benefits. And if you remember me from last year, I used the word predatory. I still do think it's predatory, but I took that word out of it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Martin.
Yeah, Dave, thank you. So Dave, you got a little taste of, you've been here 3 years now, coming back, and I want to thank you. Thank you for staying so long today, but you got a little taste of the legislature here. 3 years ago, you came here and I wasn't on this committee, so I was able to sit with you and sort of get you up high in sort of a pecking order, right, for public hearing. And now since I'm on here, you got to wait in the wings, and now you were sort of almost last on the list here, so you got a little taste of the good and not so good of the public hearing process. So Dave, I just got one quick question for you, and that is, if a student has received a package from any of the institutions here in Connecticut, excuse me, and there are no work studies, they weren't granted any of that. All they got is money from the university, no loans, but primarily grants. And the rest, so let's just say they got, everything's all paid for through the grants. And your organization gives them another $3,000, $2,500. What do you propose the university to do?
Before telling you what I think the university should do, I'll tell you what we do. When we as an organization, we're in the process of taking applications currently. And over the next month or two, sometime in early April, we'll probably make our final decisions on the students that we're going to give scholarships to. We won't actually write those checks until June. And the students have all made their choices as far as their schools go. And they will come to us and say, here's the school I'm going to, and we write the check to the school, not to the student. If the student is fully funded, when we have a reception where we give out our awards, we make an announcement that if you are fully funded, consider deferring this award, because we allow that. Defer it to another year when you might not be fully funded, or consider, and this has happened once or twice, not accepting the award and giving it back to us so that we can use it to give to other students in the town of Willington. If in fact the student is fully funded, all grants, all money, I can't argue that displacement is not valid, because you can't overfund the student. You really can't. And we can't write the check to the student. That creates a tax problem. Can they offset it by using it? Because he might be fully funded for tuition and room and board expenses and housing, but odds are there's a lot of other little expenses, including books and computers and other things that money could be used for. But how you write a bill around that? Yeah. Good luck, Henry.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Dave, and thank you for coming here for 3 years.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. We appreciate the work that you do in Eastern Connecticut as well. It's a lot of work, and in addition to all the hardship that a student might go through, it just seems to me that we should be rewarding groups like yours that do the hard work of raising through private philanthropy money for students to help pay for the bills. And you worry about a continued practice of scholarship displacement really just discourages that kind of philanthropy. We don't want to see that happen either.
We have been Willington Scholarship has been here for 30 years. And in that 30 years, we've given out not quite $750,000 in scholarships.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Anthony DeJesus. He looks like he's still in the waiting room. Gina Rosick. I am just going to make an announcement before you start. Naomi Snyder and Anthony DeJesus are still in the waiting room. This is our last speaker. You have 3 minutes to accept the invitation, or are you going to come back and just find this link be turned off? So I hope that you make it back to us. But in the meantime, welcome to our committee, and we're ready to listen to your testimony.
Thank you, Representative Haddad, and the remaining members of the committee who have stuck it out. I will not sit here and read what I have already uploaded. What I would prefer to do is sort of maybe respond to some of your prior questions. First of all, my name is Gina Ross, and I am Chair and Associate Professor of the Department of Social Work and Equitable Community Practice at University of St. Joseph's. So we've had some representation from St. Joe's today. Senator Slapp had asked a question about what was some of the thinking on the federal that is now impacting us on the state level. And so I first wanted to respond to that by saying that one of the things that they had highlighted was a 6-year educational requirement. And that was not actually codified in the IPEDS criteria. So this is one of the areas where we'll be seeking to provide feedback around a misunderstanding perhaps around those codes that are now affecting us on the state level. Yes, there are pathways to go for a bachelor's in social work degree and then 1 year for advanced standing for a master's in social work degree. What I can tell you from my own teaching experience and practice experience for decades is that first, not all folks with a BSW degree go on to work in the profession. Second, not all folks with a BSW degree go straight into a master's of social work. If you get your BSW degree and then you stay in the workforce for several years before going back to get your master's, you may no longer qualify for the advanced standing because it's been a certain number of years. And so that's going to be an issue for folks who need financial aid. In addition to that, BSW is not a terminal degree, as other folks have said. There's so much more that you can do and so much that you cannot do without a master's in social work degree. The fact is that many of our students are working in our program. We cater to working adults. And so you're doing 900 hours of internship in addition to your coursework. Folks, many of whom are still working full time, will actually drop back from a second and third part-time jobs in order to fit this in. And so that money has to come from somewhere. You're talking about people with families, also people who have come to social work mid-career as a switch. We've had students who were working in IT, working in business, maybe they had a private business that folded, or they had an epiphany that they wanted to do something else and that social work was it. And so we want to support those folks in supporting the community, because social workers, it's nonpartisan. We help everyone, and everyone at some point in your life across the lifespan will benefit from the work of a social worker. One last thing I wanted to add is that the cost of higher education will not likely go down as a result of lowering access to student loans, because you have driving costs, operating costs are constantly increases, and those are outside the control of institutions. And in social work in particular, we have small class sizes for a reason. Pedagogically, to make more effective social workers, you can't have 100 students in a class, and that's a problem I'd love to have, right? And then finally, the requirements on faculty to hold a minimum of a master's in social work and 2 years of practice in order to teach certain courses and to be supervisors of clinical settings in the field to our internship students. So all of these are built into the costs. And I want to thank you for your support of SB 8. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? There is a question.
Shoot,
Look, Representative Ackert has a question for you. Ready yourself.
Believe it or not, Ackert has a question. You mentioned something about coding. You said in the beginning they don't. Is it the federal level that you're suggesting that they didn't understand the coding and you're working on? Is that what you mentioned?
Thank you for asking that question. So there are certain requirements for what's considered professional programs in the codes, right? In the statutes. And one of them, the 6-year educational requirement, was never codified into the IPEDS criteria. So I think folks are operating under an assumption of a 6-year requirement to be considered professional. But my colleagues in a professional organization I belong to who have done this research have found that it wasn't actually codified. So that's feedback to provide around what are these expectations on number of years in order to be considered professional degree. That foundational understanding is not actually in the statute.
So that's in the federal statute, I take it
Correct.
mentioned. So is there a bill, a legislation that's being presented that will start to change these so that we can rectify that on the federal level?
So that goes beyond my scope of knowledge. I know that there are folks who are making commentary on regulations.gov. And I'm sure that there are professional organizations that are reaching out to our esteemed members of Congress to go over these things in a more fine-tuned manner. But in terms of what that organizing looks like, I cannot say. I could find out if you like.
I would love that. I'm trying to figure out if that, because that could be a simpler answer that when they said, so they're classifying by federal statute. This is where the information comes from as to what was considered, not by an individual, it was considered by statute that is listed as the 6 years needs to be professional. So I would love to see that. I'm going to do some research on my own and reach out to my federal delegation on it as well. So thank you for your testimony and enlightening me on that issue.
You're very welcome. I will try to follow up in an email to you with more information.
The committee.
Yeah, if you provide that to committee, we'll distribute it to
Understood.
everybody in the committee.
Okay.
Thank you. Any additional questions? No? We're good.
You sure?
Thank you.
End of the day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, all of you, for your time and patience.
Of course, and I don't see either of the other two folks in the waiting room have not sort of been elevated. So that comes to the conclusion of our list and the conclusion of the hearing. I will declare the hearing closed. Thank you.